Deve esserci un grande boato al suo arrivo, eh? Siamo pronti? Sta arrivando. Pronti, pronti, pronti. Vedo già tutti i cellulari fuori, pronti. Francesco, bravi! Francesco!
Francesco! Francesco! Francesco!
Su! A vedere. Sta arrivando, sta arrivando. Tenetevi caldi. È arrivato anche il sole a scaldarci.
Oh! Dai, facciamolo tutti insieme! Oh!
Pronti? Papa Francesco! Di più! È arrivato! Caro Papa Francesco, benvenuto a Verona!
Benvenuto! Sì. Un secondo. Non serve recuperare. Non recuperiamo.
Laudetur Jesus Christus, praise be Jesus Christ. Welcome to this live broadcast of Pope Francis's visit to Verona. Soon Pope Francis will commence with his visit to this Italian city, or rather he has already commenced the visit. He arrived early this morning at 6:30. My name is Father Paul Samasumo. On behalf of Vatican Media, I would like to welcome all of you joining us for this special transmission. Welcome to our partner television and radio broadcasters of Catholic Television, Catholic Faith Network in America, Shalom World Television Networks USA, EWTN Television, Art Madashan TV, and to listeners of Luminous Radio. Right now on the screens are various people in the Piazza San Zeno greeting Pope Francis as he has just arrived at the cathedral, where he's going to meet the priests, and later he is going to have an encounter with the children and the young people, teenagers of Verona. To all our various diocesan radio stations, our listeners of shortwave radio, those who are following us through our various social media channels, welcome. So glad you could join Pope Francis here in Verona this morning. And welcome to all our friends from the Deaf Catholic Youth Initiative for the Americas. Visit our Vatican News YouTube channel to find translation in American Sign Language. Remember, you will always find more detailed information of these visits and other events of the Vatican on our website, vaticannews.va. Today, Saturday, 18th May, Pope Francis is making his first visit to the northern region of Italy. He is in the region of Verona and in the city of is in the region of Veneto and in the city of Verona, to be specific. The Holy Father's visit to the city can be characterized as both a pastoral visit, but also later during the day, he is going to be or to preside over what is known here as the Arena of Peace. It's an event that brings together civil and ecclesiastical persons, organizations, and newspapers, news magazines in Italy to discuss various social justice issues. Pope Francis literally just landed in Verona half an hour or so ago. He left the Vatican early this morning at 6:30 a.m. and he arrived in Verona about 8 this morning. On hand to meet the Holy Father was Bishop Domenico Pompili. He is the ordinary of Verona. Also present were other authorities of the Veneto region to which Verona belongs. An applause there for Pope Francis, who has arrived in Verona and right now is making his way slowly into the Basilica of San Zeno for a meeting with priests, deacons, and consecrated persons here in Verona. Later, or rather immediately after the meeting, he is scheduled to meet children and young people. It is rather a packed visit for Pope Francis today. It's a one-day visit, pastoral visit to the city of Verona. Verona is a city that is very well known to most people who have read William Shakespeare and the Romeo and Juliet story. What we have there on your screens are the remains of the patron saint of the Church of Verona, Saint Zeno. Saint Zeno. In the afternoon, later today, Pope Francis will celebrate Pentecost Mass at Verona's stadium, and then he will return by helicopter later in the evening to arrive in the Vatican about 6 this evening, 6 p.m. Roughly about 1,000 deacons, religious, priests, consecrated persons here in this cathedral of Saint Zeno that you are seeing. The Pope just arriving to great applause there from the consecrated persons. Very emotional occasion, obviously, for many to be meeting the Holy Father, Pope Francis, here in the cathedral. And now the Holy Father greeting some persons, some religious women, priests, consecrated persons in the Basilica of San Zeno, which bears the name of the 4th century African-Italian saint who is the city's patron. Zeno, who died in the year 371, was a bishop of Verona, Italy. He was a theological writer who became bishop in the year 362, a native of Africa. Zeno is also known as an ardent opponent of the heresy of Arianism. The heresy of Arianism propagated a false teaching that Christ is not truly divine. The saint promoted discipline among the clergy and also built a solid liturgical life for the Church of Verona, built the cathedral, and founded a convent Zeno was an extensive and avid writer. He wrote on the virgin birth of Christ and other theological matters. The feast of St. Zeno is celebrated on the 12th of April. Right now we continue to see the Holy Father greeting some of the people who have lined up across the path in the cathedral that is leading him to the altar, where he will address deacons, priests, the religious, men and women, consecrated persons who are in the Cathedral of San Zeno in Verona. This is the first event on a packed agenda for his one-day pastoral visit to Verona. I did say that later on the Holy Father will go to what is known as the Arena of Peace. Just a word about the Arena of Peace. No doubt during the day you will hear more about this Arena of Peace event or assembly. Suffice it to say that the first Arena of Peace was held in 1986, and the whole idea of the Arena of Peace is to have a place where individuals and organizations can come together to discuss and confront difficult social issues. The Arena of Peace event is something that has been happening in the city of Verona for many years. Today, Pope Francis will preside over this encounter. The theme for this year is Justice and Peace, They Shall Kiss. The Arena of Peace project grew out of a peace conference held in the city of Verona in the 1980s and 1990s. From last year, a partnership with the Diocese of Verona and numerous Italian Catholic magazines has come to grow. And now Pope Francis has arrived in front of the religious, this beautiful Basilica of San Zeno in Verona, where he will address them in front of the remains of this holy saint, the patron saint of Verona. The remains have been brought here. Usually they are stored elsewhere, and now Pope Francis are pausing for a brief prayer in front of the remains of these saints. The Holy Father praying. The Holy Father, Pope Francis, upstanding, walks to the chair where he will address the gathering. He is accompanied by the Bishop of Verona, Domenico Pompili, who was previously the Bishop of Rieti. Rieti is a town and commune in Lazio, central Italy, probably with a population of about 50,000. And some of you might remember that in 26 the region of Rieti was devastated by a number of earthquakes, particularly the earthquake that hit the city of Amatriciana. More than 300 people were killed in the earthquakes, and Bishop Pompili was the bishop then, and he became quite known, his face became quite known for his leadership. The Holy Father, surrounded by religious women, I don't have all the information, but I think these are from the religious women from the enclosed order. all of them very emotional and excited to meet the Holy Father in person before he begins his address to the gathering here in Verona on this special occasion. I was just saying about the bishop who's accompanying the Holy Father, the Bishop of Verona, how his leadership was, how he was propelled to the position of leadership during the sad occasion or the dark moments of the earthquakes when he was Bishop of Rieti. And recently the bishop was speaking to Italian media. The Bishop Pompili, that is, he spoke to Italian media and revealed that Pope Francis has actually been rereading the famous William Shakespeare's play of Romeo and Juliet, which is a story written by William Shakespeare and set in the city of Verona. It will be interesting to see if at some point in the day he makes a reference to this play. We'll be surprised if he doesn't. As we said earlier, Pope Francis is making his first visit to this northern city of Italy. In fact, he's making his first visit ever to a city in the northern part of Italy. A one-day visit that is quite intense and very elaborate indeed. Later on, he's going to meet with the children, whom we saw earlier on as he was entering the Basilica of San Zeno.
Buongiorno.
Good morning to all.
Io ho voluto incominciare
I would like to start
salutando
greeting.
queste donne.
I started by greeting these religious women.
Di chiusura.
They come from the enclosure.
Come erano, tutte così.
They were all around me
Perché nella
because
chiusura, nella clausura,
in the
si perde la gioia, c'è la gioia.
they are joyful women because those who are in enclosure have a lot of joy.
Fanno chiacchiericcio, ma
They don't just gossip, they're just joyful women. Thank you, sisters. So these are sisters who are normally in an enclosed convent, and they rarely come out. So the Holy Father explaining how he wished to greet them first and remarking about the joy.
8 pagine.
Are you ready? I have 8 pages for you.
Cari sacerdoti,
Dear priests,
cari religiosi
religious,
e cari religiosi.
men and women, good morning.
Vi ringrazio di
I
essere
thank
qui.
you
Ringrazio il vescovo
for being here. I
per
thank
l'accoglienza,
the bishop for the welcome
per tutto il lavoro che porta
and for
avanti
all the work he
insieme a
carries
voi.
out together with you.
È bello trovarci in questa
It is good to
basilica,
find ourselves in this Romanesque basilica,
una tra le più belle
one of the
d'Italia,
most beautiful in Italy,
che ha ispirato anche poeti come Dante e Carducci.
which has inspired poets like Dante and Carducci.
Insieme,
Being here together,
il vescovo,
bishop,
preti,
priests,
religiosi,
women, men, religious,
guardare queste
and
splendide
women,
soffitte
looking at this splendid keeled
ci fa
ceiling
sentire
makes us feel
dentro a
like
una
we are
vita
inside just a great boat
e ci fa pensare
and makes
al
us
mistero
think
della Chiesa.
of all the mystery
La barca
of the
del
church,
Signore che
the
naviga
Lord's
nel
boat
mare
that he said,
della storia
that he says
per portare
the
a tutti
seas
la
of
gioia
history
dell'Evangelo.
to bring the joy of the gospel to all.
Questa immagine evangelica ci ricorda
This
almeno
gospel image
due cose sulle
reminds
quali
us
vorrei soffermarmi
of at
di
least 2 things on which I would like to dwell upon. The first is the call received and always to be accepted. And the second is the mission to be carried out with boldness. First, welcome the call received, and at the beginning, and it must be carried out with boldness, with courage.
Anzitutto accogliere la chiamata ricevuta. Primo punto della nostra riflessione.
First, our point of reflection, at the beginning of his ministry in Galilee, Jesus passes along the lake shore and sets his gaze on a boat and two pairs of brothers, fishermen, the first casting their nets and the others tiding them. He approaches them and calls them to follow him. Let us not forget this at the origin of Christian life is the experience of encountering the Lord, which does not depend on our own merits or commitment, but on the love with which He comes seeking us, knowing, knocking on the door of our heart and inviting us into a relationship with Him. Even more, at the origin, I met recently, I allow myself to be led by the Lord. Even more, at the origin of priestly life and consecrated life, it does not depend on us, on our gifts or some special merit, but there is the amazing call of the Lord, His merciful gaze that has bent over towards us and chosen us for the ministry, because we are not better than others. We are sinners as they are. Brothers and sisters, it is pure grace, pure gratuity. I like what St. Augustine used to say: look at the other and find what is good, and say nothing. It's nothing but, we are nothing but grace, pure gratuity, an unexpected gift that opens our hearts to amazement before the condensation of God. Grace provokes amazement. We are amazed when we see the grace of God at work in our lives. Dear brothers and priests, dear brother priests, dear religious sisters and brothers, let us never lose the wonder of the call. Let us remember the day when the Lord called us. Maybe each one of us remembers, at least we remember the context and the time when we were called. This brings us joy, and we tears of joy because of our call. You, our Lord, calls. Come. Not that one or else, or someone else, but you. And sometimes we say the other person is better than me. But the Lord says, regardless of your sinfulness, I have called you. Do not forget the call and the amazement of your call. And this is nourished by our memory. We should always have our memory of the gift received by grace. This is the first foundation of our consecration and ministry, to accept the call we have received, to welcome the gift with which God has surprised us. If we lose this consciousness and this memory, we risk putting ourselves at the center instead of the Lord. We risk getting agitated around projects and activities that serve mostly our cause, more than that of the kingdom.
Rischiamo di vivere anche l'apostolato
We even risk
nella logica della
living the
promozione
apostolate
di noi stessi,
in the logic of
in
self-promotion
cerca del consenso,
and
anche
looking for
per fare questa
consensus
preghiera.
instead of spending our lives for the gospel and
Invece di spendere la vita per il Vangelo e per un servizio
and
per
for
Dio.
free service to the church.
È Lui che
It
ha
is
scelto
He
noi, è
who has
Lui
chosen us. He has called
che è al
us.
centro. Se ricordiamo
He
questo,
remains-
che Lui mi ha scelto,
If we remember this,
anche quando avvertiamo
even when we fear the weight of weariness
qualche delusione,
and some
rimaniamo
disappointments,
sereni.
we will remain more serene
Certo,
and
certi che
confident,
Lui non
certain
ci
that
lascerà a
He will
mano
not leave
mai.
us empty-handed.
Ci fa
Never.
rispettare, e quello è vero,
This is
non ci
true.
lascerà a mani vuote.
He will never leave us
Come
empty-handed.
i pescatori allenati
Like the
alla
fishermen
pazienza, anche noi
Trained in
nelle sfide
patience, we too,
complesse,
in the midst of the complex challenges of our times,
coltivare
are called
l'atteggiamento interiore
to
dell'altezza,
cultivate the inner attitude of waiting, of patience,
altezza e pazienza, così come la capacità
as well as the
di
ability to
affrontare
deal
gli
with
imprevisti,
the unexpected,
affrontare
the
i
changes,
rischi connessi alla nostra missione.
the risk associated with our mission.
Quell'apertura, ma
But we can only do this
col cuore
because at the origin of our ministry is His call,
chiedere allo Spirito Santo quella
and He will not leave us
capacità di
alone.
discernere
We can carry
i segni del tempo.
the net
Questo sì, questo non va.
widely.
E tutto questo possiamo farlo perché all'origine del nostro ministero
We
c'è la
can
chiamata.
do all of this because at the origin of our ministry
Lui non ci lascerà
is His
soli.
call. He will never leave
Possiamo
us
gettare la
alone.
rete e attendere con fiducia.
We can cast the
Questo
net
ci
and
salverà
wait
anche nei
with
momenti più
confidence.
difficili.
This saves us even in the most
Della
difficult
chiamata
times.
accogliamo
So let us
oggi il
remember
dono
the
del
call,
Signore. Tutti noi
accept
sappiamo
it
che ci
every day.
sono momenti difficili,
We all know that there are difficult moments,
momenti di buio, momenti
moments of
di
darkness.
situazioni, no? E in questi momenti bui
In these moments of darkness, remember your call.
prima chiamata,
First, your call.
da lì prendere forza.
From there, you will get the force to go ahead.
Questa esperienza,
When this experience
chiamata,
is firmly rooted in us,
noi, allora
we can
possiamo
then
essere audaci
be
nella
bold
missione
in the
da
mission
compiere.
to be accomplished.
Penso ancora al mare di Galilea.
I think again
Molto
of the Sea of Galilee.
resurrezione di Gesù.
This time after Jesus'
Gesù
resurrection,
sulla riva di quel stesso
He
lago
on the
incontra
shore
i 20
of that same lake
e li trova
meets the
delusi,
disciples again and finds them disappointed,
amareggiati da un senso di
bitter
sconfitta.
with a sense of
Erano
defeat
usciti a pescare,
because they had gone out fishing.
non avevano preso
But
nulla.
that night they had caught nothing.
E quante volte a noi succede questo?
How many times this happens to us
Religiosa, nella vita apostolica.
in our religious and apostolic life?
Allora il Signore
Then the Lord shakes them out
quella rassegnazione
of their
li
resignation,
sprona
spurs them to try again,
a gettare ancora
to
la
cast the nets again,
ed essi la gettarono
and they
e
cast
non riuscivano più a
and
tirare
could
su
not pull up
per la grande quantità.
because of the great quantity of the fish.
Nei momenti della delusione
In moments of delusion and disappointment,
resistere,
resist,
resistere.
resist.
Tante volte dimentichiamo questo.
Many times we forget this.
A nessuno di noi, quando abbiamo cominciato questa strada, il Signore ci ha detto che tutto sarebbe bello.
No one was told when we started this ministry, this journey, that the Lord told us everything will be fine.
E di gioia, momenti di gioia.
The life is
momenti
as its joyful moments,
bui,
but also its dark moments. Resist
capacità di il coraggio di andare
and
avanti,
have
il coraggio di
the courage to go ahead and to resist.
l'audacia apostolica è un
Boldness.
dono che questa Chiesa conosce
This
bene.
apostolic boldness is a gift that this church here knows well.
Dei preti
For if there is one characteristic of Veronese priests and religious,
è proprio
it is precisely that of being enterprising, creative,
capace di
capable of embodying
Vangelo.
the people
Grazie.
of the gospel. Thank you. Thank you for this.
E questa intraprendenza evangelica
This sense of evangelical resourcefulness
di un sigillo, diciamolo così,
is like
segnato la vostra storia.
a stamp on your story,
Pensare
has marked your history.
lasciata da tanti
Just think of the imprint left by so many priests, religious and lay people in the 19th century,
come santi e beati.
whom we can venerate today as saints and blesseds, witnesses of the faith who were able to unite the proclamation of the word with the generosity and compassionate service of the needy, with the social creativity that led to the birth of training schools, hospitals, nursing homes, hospices, and places of spirituality.
Audacia
This boldness,
di essere creativi per il popolo di Dio.
being creative for God's people.
Questi santi e sante dell'Ottocento
Many of these saints and holy men and women were among the comprehensive,
attraverso la fantasia
among the contemporaries immersed in the turbulent history of their time, through imagination of charity, animated by the Holy Spirit, they succeeded in creating a kind of holy fraternity capable of meeting the needs of the most marginalized
delle loro fedi.
and the poorest and caring for their wounds.
Non dimenticate questo
Do not forget this
della Chiesa,
in the church.
ferite dei poveri.
The life of the poor.
Non dimenticare il buon samaritano
Never forget the Good Samaritan who stops
che va lì a
and goes
guarire.
to heal the wounded person.
Una fede, la vostra, che si è tradotta
A faith that was translated in the boldness of mission.
Ci serve questo anche
We
oggi.
need this today as well.
L'audacia della testimonianza,
The boldness of witness and proclamation, of joy, of an industrious faith in charity,
una Chiesa
the resourcefulness of a church that knows how to grasp the signs of times and respond to the needs of those who struggle the most.
fa più fatica,
It is hard
coraggio,
to have this boldness, this courage,
di incominciare, capacità di rischiare.
the capacity to start again, to risk.
A tutti lo ripeto,
To all I repeat,
portare la carezza
all
del
must
Signore.
bring the caress
E su questo, cari
of
fratelli
God's
e
mercy.
sorelle,
Dear
mi fermo su una cosa,
brothers and sisters,
voi no. I sacerdoti
priests,
che sono ministri
priests and ministers
della penitenza,
of penance,
per favore,
of confession.
perdonate tutto,
please forgive
perdonate tutto.
everything. Forgive all.
La gente va a confessare, non andare lì
When
a inquirire.
people come to confess, don't
Niente.
have unnecessary curiosity to find out.
Se non capite, se voi non riuscite non siete capaci in quel momento di capire,
If at that moment you do not understand why they are confessing, just go ahead and forgive.
ma per favore non torturare i penitenti.
Please never torture the penitents.
Mi diceva un grande cardinale,
One cardinal used to say to me, a great cardinal,
è stato penitenziere, era abbastanza conservatore, no?
he was somewhat
Molto rigido,
conservative, a little bit rigid,
conservatore, ma davanti alla penitenza
but in front,
io l'ho ascoltato
in the
dire,
confession,
quando una persona viene da me,
He said, when someone comes to me,
che ha difficoltà in dire le cose,
I know I see they have difficulty
vai avanti.
in saying what or confessing their sins. I just say, God understands, just go ahead.
La riconciliazione, per favore, che non sia una seduta di tortura.
Please, confession should never be a session of torture. Forgive all and forgive everything.
E perdonare senza far soffrire.
Forgive without making others suffer.
Aprendo i cuori alla speranza.
Have courage
Sacerdoti,
to hope. You priests,
vi chiedo questo.
I ask you,
La Chiesa
the church
ha bisogno di perdono
needs forgiveness,
e voi siete gli strumenti.
and you are the instruments of that forgiveness.
A tutti,
To all,
a tutti
I
dobbiamo
repeat,
portare la carezza
we
della
must bring
misericordia di Dio.
God's caress, God's embrace,
A chi
God's
ha
mercy,
sete di speranza,
especially to those who thirst for help,
costretto a
for
vivere
hope,
ai margini,
to those who find themselves
della vita,
forced to live on the margins, wounded
o dalle
by life,
ingiustizie
or by some mistake
che vanno
made,
sempre a
or by
scapito dei più
the
fragili.
injustice of society, which always comes at the expense of the most fragile. Have you heard? Please forgive everything.
L'audacia
The boldness
di una fede
of
operosa nella carità
an industrious faith in charity that you have inherited from your history.
Allora vorrei dirvi con
So
San
I would
Paolo,
like to say once more,
lasciatevi
as St. Paul
scoraggiare
says,
nel
do not
fare
be
il bene.
discouraged in doing good.
Non cedete allo scoraggiamento.
Do not give in
Siate
to
audaci
discouragement.
nella missione.
Be bold
Sapete
in your
ancora
mission.
oggi essere
Know
una chiesa che si fa prossima,
how to be
che si
still,
avvicina
how
ai
to be a
crocicchi
church
della strada,
that makes
che
itself
cura le
close,
ferite,
that
che
approaches
testimonia la
crossroads,
misericordia
that
di
heals
Dio.
wounds,
E in
that
questo
bears
modo
witness
che
to
la
God's
volontà del
mercy.
Signore, in mezzo alle tempeste del
It is
mondo,
this way
può
that the
portare
Lord's
in
boat,
salvo
in the midst of the
tanti
storms
che
of the
altrimenti
world,
rischiano
can
di
bring
naufragare.
to the safety so many
Le tempeste
who
non
otherwise risk being
mancano ai nostri
shipwrecked.
giorni, ce ne sono tante.
And storms are many.
Molte di esse hanno la loro radice nell'avarizia,
Most of these
nella cupidigia,
storms
nella ricerca sfrenata di soddisfare
have
il proprio
their root in avarice, greed,
in una cultura
unbridled pursuit of self-satisfaction,
e violenza.
and are nurtured in the individualistic indifference and violent culture.
Sono tanti attuali in questo senso le parole di San Zeno
So
che afferma
timely in this
"Non è
regard
una colpa isolata
are the words of St. Zeno, who states, "It is not an isolated fault, beloved brethren,
come tutto il mondo
to let oneself be ensnared by the shackles of covetousness.
inestinguibile,
But since this whole world has been burned by the fire of the unquenchable plague of avarice, by all accounts has ceased to be a guilt,
si gettano
because it has left no one to move
e non si è
or
trovato
reproach it.
nessuno
Everyone throws himself headlong into vile gain, and no one has been found
che tutte le
to
nazioni
improve the bite of injustice.
istante per istante
Therefore,
in
it
seguito
happens that
alle
all nations fall moment by moment as a result of each other's injuries," says Saint Zeno.
E questo anche il rischio è questo anche per
This
noi,
risk, even for us,
che il male diventi
the
normale.
evil becomes normal.
Ma questo è normale.
This looks normal. This is okay.
Il
No,
rischio questo.
it's
Il
a
male
vice.
non è normale. Non deve essere
It should
normale.
not be normal.
Nell'inferno sì, ma qui no.
In hell, yes, but not here.
Il male non può essere normale.
Something that is evil can never be normal.
E che facciamo l'abitudine delle cose brutte, no?
And so
tutto il mondo lo fa, anche io. E così
we become
diventiamo
accomplished to
complici.
normalizing what is evil.
Parlando dei veronesi, San Zeno dice,
Instead, speaking to the people of Verona, San Zeno says, "You houses are open to wayfarers. Under you, no one, either living or dead, was long seen naked. Now our poor are ignorant of what it is to beg for food." On avarice, may these words be true to you today. Brothers and sisters, thank you. Thank you for giving your lives to the Lord and for your commitments to the apostolate.
Sono stato riuniti con i sacerdoti già in pensione.
Recently I met priests who are retired,
Anni di sacerdozio in su, no? E ho visto
and I saw
quei preti
those priests
che hanno dato la vita al Signore
who had given their lives to the Lord
la saggezza al cuore.
with wisdom of the heart.
Dissi lo stesso, no? Grazie per il vostro impegno.
And I said to them, thank you for your
Andate avanti
commitment
con
to the
coraggio.
apostolate.
Meglio,
Go forward
andiamo e
with
avanti
courage.
con coraggio, tutti.
Better, let us move forward with courage together.
Stare insieme
We have the
nel
grace
mare della
of joy of being together on this ship of the church, amidst wonderful horizon and alarming storms,
sempre con noi.
but without fear, because the Lord is always with us,
Testimoni a guidarci e sostenerci.
and He is there.
Non solo ai sacerdoti, lo dico,
And I'm not saying only this to
religiosi e
priests,
non religiosi.
but also to women religious and male religious.
A noi il compito di accogliere la chiamata
It
di
is
essere
to us
apostoli.
to accept the call and be bold in our mission.
Daniele Comboni.
As one of you great saints, Daniel Comboni, said,
Senza dell'altro
holy and capable.
la carriera.
The one without the other
Il
is
missionario
worth
e la missionaria
worth little. The one without the other is worth little to those who beat the apostolic career. The mission, male and female, cannot go alone to heaven. Alone they will go to hell. The missionary and missionary women must go to heaven accompanied by the souls they saved.
Una santità capace, una fede viva,
This I wish for
una
you,
carità audace,
all,
il regno di Dio,
capable holiness,
nella vita
a
quotidiana.
living faith with bold
Se il genio
charity,
di Shakespeare si è fatto
souls
ispirare
the kingdom.
dalla bellezza di questo
And if
luogo
Shakespeare,
per raccontarci
a genius, was inspired by the beauty of this place to tell us the tormented stories of two lovers hindered by the hatred of their respective families, let us Christians be inspired by the gospel.
a seminare ovunque
Commit ourselves to sow everywhere a love stronger than hatred
c'è l'odio che
and
si
death.
faccia del seminario.
Dream of this.
Un amore
Dream
più forte
of Verona as a seat of love.
dell'odio nel mondo. Seminare un amore più forte dell'odio
So
e più forte della morte.
love which is stronger than hate.
Segnatela così, Verona
Dream
come la città dell'amore.
of this. Verona as a seat of love,
Ma nella vita.
and God's love
Che l'amore di Dio
accompany you
accompagni
and bless you.
domenica, E per favore,
And
vi chiedo di
please,
pregare per me.
do not forget,
Ma
please,
pregate a favore, non contro, Grazie.
pray for me and not against me. Thank you. Very, very powerful message there to deacons, religious men and women, priests of Verona by Pope Francis. The Holy Father also invoking some of their grand saints, Saint Zeno, the patron saint of this city, San Daniel Comboni.
Santo Padre Francesco, abbiamo accolto con grande gioia lei che è un profeta di pace.
Thank you, Pope
Noi
Francis.
l'accompagneremo sicuramente con la
We will
preghiera.
accompany you with prayer.
Un piccolo segno di questa magnifica basilica La riproduzione di questa formella, come lei vede,
will give you a small reproduction of this basilica
crocifisso.
with a crucifix,
Lui che è la nostra pace, che ha fatto dei due popoli un solo popolo nuovo,
one who made
abbattendo il muro di separazione.
two people
Segno anche per lei che
and the
tante
bridge
volte
of
come
two
Cristo
separated people
crocifisso in questa umanità un po'
that Christ
impazzita per la
is
guerra.
for humanity.
E pensiamo che anche questo segno sia per lei un incoraggiamento.
We think also this sign will be an encouragement to your ministry as you are a prophet of peace.
Un altro piccolo segno è molto significativo.
And also a small
quello
gift.
dell'atto di battesimo.
This is a copy of a baptism certificate
L'atto di battesimo di cresima di Romano Guardini, che è stato
of
battezzato qui a Verona,
Romano
come
Guardini,
sappiamo, veronese di nascita, poi in Germania.
a philosopher, a Veronese philosopher. This is a copy of his baptism. So the Holy Father being given some gifts there, including a copy of a baptism certificate of one of Verona's great philosophers, Romano Guardini, I think.
E i ragazzi poi fuori le daranno un altro segno ai bambini, non anticipiamo.
And outside also the young people have a small gift for you, but I will not anticipate that. Thank you, Holy Father,
A nome di tutti i confratelli.
in the name of all of us.
Questa sarà quasi
Okay, the Holy Father also being given a gift there from the Franciscans. It was amazing how the Holy Father constantly reminded the priests and the religious never to give up to discouragements, to always remember their calling,
Preghiamo la Madonna.
the time of their
Ave
calling.
Maria, piena di grazia,
Let us pray the Hail Mary.
tu sei benedetta fra le e benedetto il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù. Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori.
And now a blessing.
Benedica Dio Onnipotente, Padre, il Figlio, lo Spirito Santo.
Holy Father signing visitors register there. A very intense first event of Pope Francis's visit to Verona, where he gave a very touching message encouraging the priests and the religious, consecrated women, men, deacons, to be steadfast in their calling and to be inspired by some of their great saints. And at one stage he says that if there is anything the people, the religious of Verona are known for, it is their resourcefulness and their courage to always meet new front lines and just to courageously and boldly go into situations. And even if at the time of their history they also had difficulties and challenges as with their contemporaries, but they dared to dream and see of a new world. And that's why they were able to achieve as much as they have achieved. And it was really very touching, the fact that the remains of the patron saint of this city were brought into the Basilica to accompany, so to say, the priests on this visit of the Holy Father. everyone wanting to touch the Holy Father as he makes his way outside, outside the Basilica, where the young people are waiting for him to meet him, and also to share their joy. There's a kind of a youth festival out there. Pope Francis has now finished his encounter with the priests and religious and consecrated persons of the Diocese of Verona in this Basilica of San Zeno. Now he will meet with children and teenagers of Verona for an encounter and a youth festival. According to the program that I've seen, Pope Francis will first be greeted by some children and young people, and the children and teenagers are from local parishes, kindergartens even, primary and middle school. It's a special day in a very special way for the third year middle school children, because they have here in Verona what is known as the Festa del Passaggio. It's a day of walking activities and various activities around here, packed lunch even, and today they are celebrating this feast together with Pope Francis. I'm sure they're waiting eagerly, and soon we'll be able to see them as Pope Francis makes his way to them. I did allude at the beginning that later in the day, Pope Francis is going to attend what is known also as the Arena of Peace. No doubt when that moment arrives, you will hear more about it. But the Arena of Peace is something that has been going on in Verona since about 1986 and in the 90s, where different people, individuals, organizations come together to discuss and confront difficult social issues. The Arena of Peace event is something that has grown over the years, and it's now become an international event. So today, Pope Francis will preside over the encounter, and the theme for this year is Justice and Peace, They Shall Kiss. In fact, what the organizers have done is to kind of translate that also for the children. So probably what we'll be hearing in this live event with the children will be moments discussing difficult social issues or justice and peace matters that concern the children. So this Arena of Peace, over the last 5 years, over the last year rather, 5 themes have emerged in the discussions. Those themes include peace, disarmament, integral ecology, migration, labor, democracy, human rights, and lifestyles. And there you are, Pope Francis. Taking his place in front of the children. The organizers were expecting about 7,000 children, accompanied by some of their teachers and animators, just in this outside Piazza San Zeno in Verona. Very lively youth festival indeed. Moment of gladness and joy for the children on this day. It's a special day for children, as I did say. And Pope Francis making a gesture, I can't hear you, encouraging them to even come. All the children in red caps and white caps. Good morning.
Grande applauso.
A great applause for the Holy Father.
Cominciamo
Let us start
a dialogare
to dialogue.
e i vostri amici faranno le domande.
Some of your friends are going to pose some questions to me.
Caro Papa Francesco,
Dear Pope Francis,
siamo molto contenti
we are very happy
che sia venuto a trovarci.
that you have come to visit us here in Verona.
Grazie
Thank
per la
you
tua parola
for your word,
della pace e
proclaiming
la tua
peace
testimonianza
and
di
your
fede.
witness of faith.
Vogliamo pregare con te
We want to pray with you
che ti vogliamo bene.
and tell you that we love you.
Aiutaci a
Help
essere
us
amici di Gesù
to be friends of
nella
Jesus
vita di tutti i giorni.
in our daily living. Thank you. Very short, to the point message welcoming Pope Francis there. We love you. Thank you for proclaiming peace and your witness of faith.
Nel Vangelo Gesù chiama i discepoli a
In the
seguirlo,
Gospel, Jesus
anche se non sono
calls the
perfetti.
disciples
Come facciamo
to follow
a
him,
sentire
even
la
though
chiamata di Gesù?
they are not perfect. How can we also hear Jesus' call? Okay, that's a question from one of the children.
Questa domanda
This question
è una domanda molto importante.
is an important question.
Come faccio io
How
a sentire la chiamata
can I listen to
di
God's
Gesù?
call?
Perché vediamo che nel Vangelo
Because in the Gospel we see
Gesù chiama i discepoli
Jesus calls disciples
non erano perfetti,
and they
erano
were not
gente
perfect. They were just common, ordinary people.
comune, che sono una bambina, un bambino
And I who
comune.
am
Come
a
faccio
child,
io a sentire la chiamata
how
di
can
Gesù?
I hear God's call?
Dimmi una cosa,
Tell me something.
quando tu stai con papà
When
o
you are with your
mamma,
dad
con
and
i
mom
nonni,
or with your grandparents,
ti senti bene?
how do you feel? Yes,
E tu senti lì che hai amore.
and you feel their love
Papà, di mamma, del nonno, della
from
nonna.
your parents and your grandparents.
E quando tu fai
When
un'opera buona, per
you do
esempio,
something good,
se tu hai due caramelle, da una
say
all'altra,
if you have one
se tu
sweet,
vedi una
two sweets
persona
and you give another to another,
bisognosa e le dai una
who needs,
elemosina, ti
or
sente bene?
if you give or help someone, how do you feel?
Muy bien. E quando tu, per esempio,
When
dici una bugia,
you tell
ti
lies,
senti bene?
how do you feel? No,
Bravi,
great.
bravi. E quando tu litighi col fratello o la sorella,
When you
ti
fight
senti
with your
bene?
brother or sister, how do you feel? Do you feel okay? No.
Voi avete visto che siete capaci di sentire.
So I see that
Sentirsi bene,
you have the
sentirsi male,
capacity
se uno
to
ascolta
distinguish
o fa qualcosa.
between good and bad.
Quando Gesù parla,
When Jesus
ascoltate
speaks,
bene questo, quando Gesù parla ci fa sentire bene,
He makes us feel
ci fa
good.
sentire una gioia nel
He
cuore.
brings joy in our heart.
Avete capito?
Are you following?
Adesso domando,
Now I ask,
quando Gesù parla,
when
come
Jesus
ci
speaks,
sentiamo?
how do we feel? We feel
Non si
good.
ascolta, sai? Come? Bravi.
I can't hear
E
you.
così
Great. You feel
siamo capaci di sentire la
that's
chiamata di Gesù.
how we can hear
Gesù
God's call.
ci fa sentire bene.
God feels us good. We feel good when we
Se ti viene
perceive God's call.
una persona che non ti vuole bene,
When you are with
che ti
someone
dà due schiaffi,
who doesn't look
come ti senti?
like you and gives you a slap, how would you feel?
E se viene il diavolo
If the
a
devil
dirti
comes,
qualche cosa, come ti senti?
how would you feel?
Poi così avete capito bene.
I'd feel
Cosa
bad.
sentiamo noi quando viene Gesù?
So when
e
Jesus
quando
comes,
cosa
He brings
sentiamo
joy.
quando si fa una cosa brutta.
When we
Avete capito
do
bene?
something bad, we feel
Quando
bad.
viene Gesù, come ci sentiamo?
When Jesus comes, how do you feel?
E quando se vediamo, facciamo una cosa brutta, come ci
And
sentiamo?
when we do something bad, how do we feel?
Bravi, bravi.
You are
Coraggio.
great.
Complimenti.
Now, looks like there's a second question. Jesus sends his disciples all over the world. How can we, as children, be signs of peace to the world? Thank you.
Gesù manda I suoi discepoli in tutto il mondo.
Jesus sends his disciples to the whole world.
Perché Gesù agli apostoli ha
Because
detto,
to the apostles,
andate per tutto il mondo, predicare il
he says, go
Vangelo.
to all the world and proclaim
Gesù manda
the gospel.
I discepoli, gli apostoli,
Jesus sends the apostles,
a
disciples,
predicare il mondo, no? Certo.
to the whole world to preach.
Ma la domanda è,
But the
noi
question is,
adesso,
now,
come
ourselves,
possiamo essere segno di pace?
how can we be signs of peace in the world, to the
Voi
world?
sappiate che in questo mondo,
Do you know, in this
in questo
world,
momento il mondo è in guerra.
the world is at
Sapete
war?
questo?
You know that?
Sono tante guerre.
There are
tante
many
guerre.
wars.
Sia Ucraina,
In Ukraine,
Terra Santa,
in the Holy Land, in Africa,
Myanmar, tante
in Myanmar,
guerre.
many wars.
E Gesù
And Jesus
predica la guerra o la pace?
wants peace,
E
or,
noi cosa vogliamo fare?
and
La
what
guerra o la
would we
pace?
like to do? We want peace.
Ciò è che dobbiamo essere un segno di pace.
So we
no?
must be signs of peace.
Ma se tu litighi
If you
col compagno, la
quarrel
compagna di
with your
scuola,
friends at school,
sarai un segno di pace?
will you be a sign of peace?
Ah, non si sente bene quello.
I didn't hear that.
No, dobbiamo essere
You
un
will
segno
not
di
be a
pace.
sign of peace.
Eh?
Yes, we must be signs of
Condividere
peace.
sempre bene,
Sharing always.
ascoltare gli altri,
Listening to
giocare
others.
con gli altri, ma non litigare con
And
gli
not
altri.
Always
Diciamolo
fighting with others.
insieme. Dobbiamo essere un segno di
Let
pace
us say together,
insieme.
we must be signs of peace.
Ma siete bravi voi, eh? Siete bravi.
You are great
Complimenti.
children. Compliments.
Ecco, la Santa Bambina.
Adesso l'ultima domanda. Così è finita.
And now the last question.
L'ultima domanda.
Noi ragazzi di terza media
We, the
stiamo
third year
facendo la
middle
festa del
school
passaggio.
graders,
Come possiamo
celebrating the
mantenere la
Festa
fede
del
nei momenti di
Passaggio,
difficoltà
how
e
can we
non
keep
avere
the
paura
faith
di fare
in
scelte
difficult times
controcorrente?
and not be afraid to make choices against the currents?
È una domanda difficile.
This is a difficult
Come
question.
possiamo mantenere la fede
How can we
in
maintain
momenti
faith
dove tutto è
in
buio,
difficult
in
times when
difficoltà?
everything is dark?
Come possiamo mantenere la fede davanti alla morte
Especially, how can we keep faith
di una
in France
persona molto cara?
when we have lost someone dear to us
Sì,
in death?
anche alcune volte di papà.
Sometimes people lose even
Queste
their parents.
difficoltà,
These difficulties,
nei momenti difficili, duri,
moments of
come
difficult,
possiamo mantenere
how can
la
we
fede?
maintain faith in such moments?
Anzi, come possiamo andare controcorrente? Perché
In fact, she asked, how can we go against the currency?
tu vuoi andare avanti, ruba questo. Si può rubare?
For example, if you are tempted to steal, can you steal? Should you steal?
Si può rubare. E voi,
And you?
per non fare le cose brutte, dovete andare controcorrente.
And so
Avete
for
capito
you to
questo?
not do something
Fare le cose
bad,
che
you need to do the contrary,
forse
to go
qualcun altro non
against
lo
the
fa.
current.
Come si può andare e vincere la paura
How
di
can
andare
we-
controcorrente? Questa domanda la faccio io a voi.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Qualche coraggioso che risponda?
Is there someone
Come si
courageous
può
to
fare ad andare controcorrente?
respond how
Bravo, un altro.
we can go against the current?
Bene, va bene. Più forte? Bravi, bravi. Così mi piace.
I like that. Listen, never have fear to go against the current if you are going to do something good. Never have fear, just do it. Are you afraid to go against the current? Thank you, little ones. They're great.
Adesso c'è qualche spettacolo.
Sì. Caro Papa Francesco, vogliamo pregare per lei, invocare insieme il dono della pace,
would like to pray
e poi
with
ci sono
you.
dei bambini che lanceranno delle colombe.
And then,
Aspettiamo lo spettacolo, ma prima di tutto
before that,
facciamo una preghiera insieme.
let us pray together.
Preghiamo insieme.
And then the children will let the doves into the air. Our Father,
Sei nei cieli, sia santificato il tuo nome, venga il tuo regno, sia fatta la tua volontà, come in cielo così. Dacci oggi il nostro pane quotidiano e rimetti a noi i nostri debiti, come noi rimettiamo ai nostri debitori. E non ce ne diamo in occasione, ma liberaci dal male. Amen. Adesso in silenzio.
and now in silence,
Benedizione.
let's pray for the mission.
Vi benedica Dio Onnipotente, Padre, il Figlio e lo Spirito Santo. Amen. Nella vita nostra
In our life,
dobbiamo benedire o maledire?
should we bless or curse?
Anche benedire il diavolo?
Should we bless the
Va
devil?
bene. Siete
Amen.
bravi, eh? Avanti. Grazie.
Yeah, well, the Father having fun there with the children. He just blessed the children here. And now the children, I think, are going to, as was said, they're going to launch
Guardate lì.
the doves as a sign of peace and their desire for peace in the world. There you go. Indeed, one of the questions to the Holy Father from the children was, how can we be signs of peace in the world? And I think the Holy Father
Cantiamo insieme.
answered them very well in very simple language. And the launching of peace doves. So actually it's going to be a great day for the young people, Verona, teenagers, kindergarten children, primary school, and the third graders who are having a special day. They're going to be walking around the city, having various activities, and as we can see, it is indeed a festival day, a day of a festival here in Verona, and characterized by a lot of joy. And the Holy Father, I think, having a good time as well. Some of the children giving gifts to the Holy Father, Pope Francis, as all the children sing together. Actually, it's not only children, but they also have teenagers up to around about the year 15, and they are all accompanied by especially the younger ones, the kindergarten. The younger ones are accompanied by their parents, their teachers, their parish animators. They've come literally from everywhere in the diocese of Verona. Earlier you probably saw a huge statue there. That is a statue that has been made here in Verona, and I think we were told that it would be blessed by the Pope on the margins of this visit, and it is destined for a Catholic institution in Jerusalem. After the blessing, Pope Francis is taking his leave, and joyous scenes here, children dancing, waving balloons and caps, everybody just having a great time in Verona. So Pope Francis saying his goodbyes to the children. He now heads to another event, the third event of the day already, the Arena of Peace. Later on in the afternoon, I hope you will join us also. Pope Francis is scheduled to celebrate Mass for the city of Verona, Pentecost Mass, before he returns to the Vatican at about 6 p.m. today. So many hands, he can't greet them all. But those, the lucky ones, managed to touch him, shake hands, have a glimpse of him. Everybody smiled, all the children really happy to see Pope Francis in Verona. The city where William Shakespeare wrote or put his story of Romeo and Juliet, and Pope Francis making reference to it in his message to the priests, religious, deacons, consecrated persons, and telling them to always go beyond the differences in society and construct a brave and wonderful world. very remarkable scenes here in the Piazza San Zeno. Pope Francis meeting young people, going around greeting them. Obviously can't shake all the hands, they're just way too many, but nonetheless gives them his blessing. Everyone wearing a smile. Remarkable scenes indeed. And the Holy Father appreciating it all on his visit to Verona. All these children, their parents, their teachers, their animators, parish animators, trying to reach out and touch Pope Francis. When he encountered the children had some questions for Pope Francis, and it's remarkable. He is a great communicator, how he answered them in very simple terms. You must remember that this encounter also there are even kindergarten children attending, but he was able to break down the message to a level that I think they appreciate and understood very well.
Salutiamo Papa Francesco. Testimoni del tuo amore.
The organizers were expecting about 7,000 people in Piazza San Zeno. And obviously, as this event was starting at 8:30, you can imagine that almost everyone had an early start today to be in this piazza. The gates were opened as early as 6:30 this morning to allow for the children and also allow for the priests and the consecrated persons to enter the cathedral, the Basilica of San Zeno. So, with these scenes, remarkable scenes of Pope Francis greeting and saying goodbye to the children, the young teenagers in the square San Zeno, we come to the end of the first two events of Pope Francis in the city of Verona. Stay on for the next event of Pope Francis at the Arena of Peace, coming to you shortly, give or take about maybe in the next 30 minutes. And for the Pope Samasumo, on behalf of Vatican Media, thank you for joining Pope Francis in Verona. To our partner TV and radio stations, thank you very much for joining us. Catholic Television, Catholic Faith Network in America, Shalom World Television Networks, USA, EWTN Television, Atmadashan TV, and listeners of Luminous Radio India. And not forgetting all the diocesan radio stations, religious stations who are retransmitting this special event. Enjoy the rest of your day. Laudetur Jesus Christus. Praise be Jesus Christ.
Thank you. che 50 anni fa contro la prospettiva della guerra atomica disse: qualche volta è accaduto
Laudetur Jesus Christus. Praised be Jesus Christ. Welcome to this live broadcast from the Arena of Verona in the northern Italian city. So Pope Francis, as you can see, is making a one-day pastoral visit to Verona as part of his visits to several Italian cities this year. As we begin this broadcast, the Pope is entering the arena to take part in the Arena of Peace event, which is entitled Justice and Peace Shall Embrace. My name is Devin Watkins, and I'll be providing the English language commentary and translation for this papal event. From wherever you are joining us, I would like to welcome you to this live broadcast. Some of you may be joining us through various Vatican media channels, perhaps the Vatican News app or the Radio Vaticana app, the Facebook News web portal or Vatican News English YouTube channel or our Facebook Live feed. We also welcome all of you who are joining us through our partner broadcasting stations, including EWTN TV English, the Catholic Faith Network in America, Shalom World TV, Admadarshan TV, Catholic TV, and Luminous Radio in India. We also welcome all of you who are joining us through various radio stations and internet sites throughout the world. And a special welcome to our friends from the Deaf Catholic Youth Initiative for the Americas, DCYIA. Please visit our Vatican News YouTube channel to find translation in American Sign Language, or ASL.
Papa Francesco, vengono da ogni parte d'Italia e del mondo. Giustizia e pace questa mattina si abbracciano.
As you can see, Pope Francis is greeting several people who have lined up along the way here in this ancient Roman amphitheater, the Arena of Verona. The arena was built by the ancient Romans in 30 AD, so around the time of Christ's earthly ministry. Pope is taking part in this event, which is called the Arena of Peace. It was begun in 1986. It was the first event, and it was begun by the Comboni missionaries. This is the first time that A pope has chaired this event, this first event.
Bellissime, non c'è bisogno di commentarle, parlano da sole.
We see the Pope
L'affetto che tutti hanno per Papa
greeting
Francesco e
several
l'affetto
people in
che ha
wheelchairs,
Papa Francesco per
people with
ogni
disabilities who are lined up
singola
along the central nave, the central aisle. So this is the Arena of Verona is very ancient, nearly 2,000 years old. But interestingly enough, it has been used as a cultural venue for many centuries. In the last couple of hundred years, it's been used almost every summer for 4 to 6 professional events of opera. It began this tradition began in 1817.
Dell'Arena di Verona, Arena di Pace.
And the first opera to be performed, in the first 20th century opera production to be held in the arena was Giuseppe Verdi's Aida. It took place in 1913. Ever since then, the arena has been used as a cultural event. And that brings us to Pope Francis's encounter today for the Arena of Peace. This is one of the many events that take place in the arena. And this is just the culmination of several days and weeks of roundtables and meetings from people around the world who have gathered to discuss various topics related to peace and issues of peace, such as migration. There were roundtables on work and economy, and others on the environment, another on disarmament, and finally one on the rights and democracy rights roundtable. We can hear the announcer, an Italian presenter named Amadeus, who frequently appears on the RAI television station, the Italian state broadcaster. He is acting as the presenter and MC of this event. And we hear the Pope greeting several people on the stage who are organizers of this Arena of Peace event. Earlier this morning, Pope Francis arrived here in Verona, having taken a helicopter, departing at 6:30 this morning from the Vatican, flying up by helicopter to Verona. His first event was with priests and consecrated men and women and deacons in the Basilica of San Zeno, as this is the 1,650th year since the death of San Zeno. And here we have a image of the first, probably the first Arena of Peace event here in Verona. It's being broadcast in the arena.
Verso quella moltitudine immensa che nessuno può contare, di ogni nazione, razza, popolo e lingua, che la pace la costruisce nel silenzio della storia.
The presenter, I believe this is 1986, who is calling everyone to build peace.
Allora vorrei
Eccoci.
Allora vorrei dire ciao a Papa Francesco.
This is Father Alex Zanotelli,
Con queste parole,
one of the originators of the idea
qualche volta
of the Arena of Peace. And they hand the Pope a flag with the word peace written on it.
Qualche volta è accaduto che un granello di sabbia sollevato dal vento abbia
So it's happened
fermato una macchina.
that a small grain of sand picked up by the wind has stopped driving a speeding car.
Dormire la polvere. Allora amici e amiche, dobbiamo allora
And Father
vincere qualsiasi
Zanotelli
forma di pigrizia,
invites everyone to set aside any type of laziness
uscire
and
dalla
to
sonnolenza
get away
spirituale
from
che contraddistingue questo nostro tempo e
our
diventare
sleepy faith
granelli di polvere
and to become
che si affidano al vento.
specks of dust that entrust ourselves to the wind, to the Spirit.
Ma forse
And we don't know when or what event will set this in motion, but perhaps the Spirit will make use of us, who are small specks of dust, so that we may stop this hellish machine that is war. And I wish everyone the words of Don Tonino Bello. This war is a pathology from which none of us may heal. And this is Don Ciotti.
Buongiorno a tutti, questa bellissima Arena di Pace 2024, grazie della presenza naturalmente al Santo Padre.
And the presenter, Amadeus, welcomes Pope Francis to the Arena of Peace.
Grazie naturalmente di essere con noi.
And thank you for being here with us in this beautiful place.
Dalla scenografia che è stata preparata dai detenuti del carcere di Verona.
That was made even more provocative by the scenery that has been prepared by the inmates of the Verona prison. Today, many of you have arrived from Verona, from Veneto, and other regions in Italy to respond to the appeal launched by the promoters of Arena of Peace 2024. This is not the first time that men and women committed to building peace have gathered in the arena. It already happened in the 80s and 90s. We return to do so today when weapons resound in many parts of the world. This moment of meeting, says the presenter, in which Pope Francis has chosen to participate, is a stage of a broader journey that was started months ago, involving hundreds of associations, popular movements, and civil society entities. We have reflected on peace, shared experiences, and nurtured hopes in the various thematic working groups. We have discussed rights and democracy, environment and economy, migration and work, nonviolent commitment, and disarmament. Above all, we have worked together, convinced of the necessity to firmly reaffirm the idea that we can imagine and build a world at peace, which is not reduced to the absence of war, but is a possibility for a fairer world.
E ora vedrete nel corso di questa mattinata alcune testimonianze.
And now we will hear, says Amadeus, that several experiences and testimonials of people who have lived on the front lines and whose most the first
che lavora insieme alle donne palestinesi. La sua fondatrice, Vivienne Silver, è stata uccisa il 7 ottobre. Vediamo.
This is a testimonial from someone from
Grazie Santità per l'opportunità di far risuonare le nostre voci in questo importante evento. Sono Yael Admi, cofondatrice del movimento israeliano Women, Wage and Peace e conosco fin troppo bene il prezzo della guerra. Le tragedie ci lacerano il cuore ogni giorno e richiedono a noi, madri israeliane e palestinesi, di agire con forza per porre fine a questo conflitto.
The head of an Israeli-Palestinian organization of women who work to promote peace and call for the end of the the cycle of death and war between Israel and Palestine. She says we invite everyone to make it so that this is the last war in the Holy Land, to work for reconciliation and to work so that everyone lives in peace and reconciliation. Holy Father, we received your letter just a few days after the start of the war, and your words illuminate us, and we pray that they might illuminate the world leaders so that they might set aside acts of war and work toward peace. That was a video message. And the first of 4 video messages and testimonials.
La lirica le dà naturalmente il benvenuto e quindi la lirica vuole omaggiarla con la presenza prestigiosa del sovrintendente Fondazione Arena di Verona Cecilia Gasdia al pianoforte.
And this is Cecilia Gadia, the superintendent of the Arena of Verona Foundation, who will be accompanied by a tenor, Riccardo Ranos,
tratto dal Simon Boccanegra di Giuseppe Verdi. A voi maestri.
Taken from I Cry for You and I Cry for Peace by Giuseppe Verdi. That was I Cry for You and I Cry for Peace by Giuseppe Verdi.
E ora I primi 2 ospiti, rappresentanti.
And now the first 2 guests who represent
Mabumba Seraj, candidata al Nobel per
The
la pace.
rights table,
Coordinamento per la democrazia costituzionale. Prego.
Democracy and Rights table of, his name is Manduba Siraj and Julia Venia.
So honored.
Mi sento così onorata, totalmente onorata. Una cosa così bella in vita mia non l'ho vista mai. Vorrei citare 2 frasi di una poesia di un poeta da noi famosissimo.
This is Mahmouba Siraj, who speaks in English and is translated into Italian.
I'm going to read it in Farsi.
La leggo in lingua originale.
هم مسجد و هم کعبه و هم قبله بهانه است. دقت بکنی نور خدا داخل خانه است. If you really pay attention, the light of God
Se
is really
prestate
in your home.
attenzione, troverete a casa vostra e nel vostro cuore la luce di Dio. Papa Francesco.
My name is Mahbouba Siraj.
Sono Mahmouba Seraj.
And I've come here to Arena 2024.
Sono venuta qui all'Arena 2024 da Kabul, in Afghanistan.
I always believed in you, Pope.
Ho sempre creduto in lei,
That
Santo
you
Padre.
are a man of peace.
Lei è un uomo di pace e lei può fare molto.
But what I am suggesting is that in order for
Quello che
you to be
consiglio
successful in that,
è che
you have
affinché
to
lei
start
abbia
building
maggiore
institutions
successo
for peace,
dovrà
not war.
preparare delle
So you have to
istituzioni
put
di
all your
pace.
effort in building
Lei dovrà
institutions
porre
for peace.
tutti i suoi sforzi nella costituzione di
My country
istituzioni
in
di
Afghanistan,
pace. Nel mio paese,
we have
l'Afghanistan,
had the illusion of
noi
democracy.
abbiamo avuto
We
l'illusione
have had
della
the illusion of
democrazia,
peace
l'illusione
for the
della
past
pace
44 years.
da 44 anni a
My
questa
country has been
parte.
at war.
Il mio paese è in guerra
And I would like to really know what we can do. What
e
you
vorrei
can do, what you
sapere
can suggest.
che si può fare.
What
Lei,
we can do,
padre,
not
cosa
only in
ci
Afghanistan,
consiglia?
but all over
Non
the
solo
world.
per
What
l'Afghanistan,
can we
il
do?
suo consiglio illuminato
Really
vale
make the
per
word
tutto
of
il
peace
mondo.
work
Come possiamo
and be
far
effective.
funzionare
And we are all
l'opera
behind you
di
to work.
pace? E noi siamo tutti al suo fianco in questa impresa.
In case you didn't hear, she asks Pope Francis, what can we do to make peace work in our world?
Leggo la traduzione dei versi che sono stati pronunciati da Mahbouba. La moschea, la Mecca, il Tempio sono tutte scuse.
This is the translation of what Ms. Siraj said in Farsi. Now Pope Francis will respond. we're waiting for Pope Francis to respond to Ms. Mabuba Siraj's question.
La domanda su quale tipo di leadership può portare avanti.
The question about what kind of leadership can carry out this task. A culture strongly marked by individualism, a community instead of a community. This kind of culture always risks to make the dimension of the community disappear. If individualism is strong, then the community disappears. And so on demographic questions, we focus on that, the community disappears. The life-giving relationships that sustain us disappear. And inevitably, it also has consequences on the way authority is understood. Those who hold a position of responsibility in a political institution, or in a business, or a social commitment reality, risk feeling tasked with saving others as if they were a hero. This does great damage. It poisons authority. And this is one of the causes of the loneliness that many people in positions of responsibility confess to experiencing, as well as one of the reasons we witness growing disengagement. If the idea we have of a leader is that of a solitary person above all the others, called to decide and act on their behalf and for their benefit, then we are adopting an impoverished and impoverishing vision, which ends up draining the creative energies of the leader and rendering the whole community and society sterile. Psychiatrists say one of the most subtle pathologies is the desire to idealize. This vision is far removed from that expressed by the Bantu saying, "I am because we are." Here, the emphasis of this saying is on the bond between the members of a community. We are, and so I am. No one exists without others. No one can do everything alone. Therefore, the authority we need is one that first of all can recognize its strengths and limits, and thus understand whom to turn to for help and collaboration. Authority is essentially a collaborative effort. And the idea of a solitary leader is leads to many other problems. The authority needed to build solid peace processes knows how to value what is good in everyone, knows how to trust, and thus allows people to feel capable of making a significant contribution. This type of authority promotes participation, which is often recognized as insufficient, both in quantity and quality. Good participation, don't forget this word. Good participation. This is an important thing that we should work toward together. A good participation, which you describe as an expression of questions and proposals of collective responses to critical issues and aspirations, producer of culture and new visions of the world, civic energy that makes individuals and communities protagonists of their own future. A society, a country, a community, an area, a business. If there is no participation, then things do not work, because we are a community. We're not solitary. Please don't forget this word. We are called to participate, participation.
Una grande sfida oggi è risvegliare nei
One great challenge today is to awaken in young people the passion for participation. That little word that we always forget about. Then rather I would do it, I do, me. Instead, together. The strength of togetherness and participation. We must invest in young people, in their training, to convey the message that the path to the future cannot only pass through the commitment of an individual, however well-intentioned and well-prepared, but through the action of a people, where everyone does their part. The people are the protagonists. The action of the people, and each according to their tasks and abilities. I'll ask one question. A people is togetherness is the sum of each single person? Is it just that? No, it's more. It's more than that. 1 plus 1 is 3. This is the miracle of working together.
Edgar Morin è una, diciamo, tra le voci più lucide della filosofia contemporanea. Doveva essere
the MC Amadeus says Edgar Morin, one of the clearest voices in contemporary philosophy, was supposed to be here to accompany this process. Unfortunately, his health did not allow it. This happens when you are 103 years old. However, he wanted to be present even from the hospital from where he sent us this video, which we will now see.
Siamo onorati della sua presenza anche attraverso questo filmato. Edgar Morin, vediamo.
This is Edgar Morin from hospital. Dear friends, I'm very sad to not be able to take part in this event with you. It is an important event for peace and the future, for the future of humanity. There are many dangers when wars and difficulties that face humanity, that we need to have a strong conscience. We need to work together to create a movement that is strong and with a burning desire for peace. Dear friends, I'm with you, and I would love to greet you, especially Pope Francis. One of the fundamental consciences speaking to humanity today. have a good meeting. This was Edgar Morin, a contemporary philosopher who is in hospital, and sent that video message.
E ora gli ospiti rappresentanti del tavolo sulle migrazioni. Elda Baggio di Medici Senza Frontiere e João Pedro Stedile del movimento Sem Terra.
And now we have two presenters from the migration table. Elda Baggio. Pope Francis, I bring a strong an embrace from all the people of Brazil. We are united and we pray for you. One of the words of our land, he told us,
maledette siano tutte le recinzioni.
Cursed be all of the reviews.
Maledette siano tutte le proprietà private.
Cursed be all private property that keep us from living and loving. Thank you.
Papa Francesco, sono Elda Baggio.
Pope Francis, I am Elda Baggio from the Doctors Without Borders, and I am here with João Pedro Stedile, who has joined us from Brazil and brings with him all the wisdom and experience of the landless movement. We also care about the construction of peace, and we have experienced that the first step is to stand with the victims, listen to them, and allow them to tell their stories and make their voices heard. Living all this disarms our hearts, our gazes, our minds, making the existing injustices evident. But it is not an easy step to take. How can we live with this conversion of perspective? What can help us to do it? And now Pope Francis responds.
Grazie. È proprio il Vangelo.
Thank you. The Gospel tells us to stand with the little ones,
dalla parte dei deboli,
on the side of the weak
dalla parte dei
and the
dimenticati.
forgotten.
Il Vangelo ci dice
The Gospel
questo.
tells us this.
E Gesù, con
It
il
is
gesto
Jesus,
della lavanda dei piedi
with
che
the act of
sovverte
washing the
le
feet,
gerarchie
who overturns
convenzionali, ci dice
conventional hierarchies.
è sempre lui
He is the one
che chiama i
who calls the
piccoli
little
e gli
ones
esclusi
and the
e
excluded
li mette
ones
al centro.
and places them at
Li
the
invita
center
a stare in mezzo alle altri.
and presents them. He invites them to be among others and presents them to everyone as witnesses of necessary and possible change.
Rompe convenzioni e
With his actions, Jesus breaks conventions and prejudices,
che la società
makes
del suo tempo
visible the people,
nascondeva o disprezzava.
the people of the society of his time that they hid or despised. This is important.
Sono persone molto
We
limitate.
We shouldn't hide their limitations,
Fisicamente, animicamente,
these people.
socialmente,
They may be
economicamente.
limited in financial or
Le limitazioni.
physical means, but Jesus doesn't hide them. We should not hide them.
Gesù lo fa senza volersi sostituire
And
a
Jesus
loro,
does it without
senza strumentalizzarli,
wanting to
senza
replace
privarli della
them,
loro
without
voce,
instrumentalizing them,
senza privarli della
without
loro storia,
depriving them of
dei
their
loro
voice, their
vissuti.
history, their
A
experiences.
me piace quando
I
vedo
like
persone
to see
con limitazioni
people
fisiche
with physical limitations
partecipano
when they
a
take part
degli incontri,
in
in
events
questo caso.
or meetings, like in this
Gesù
place.
non li nascondeva.
Because Jesus didn't hide
Questa è
them.
la verità, no?
This is the reality.
Ognuno ha la propria voce.
Everyone has their own voice. Doesn't matter which language you speak, or if you speak with your tongue or with your existence. Everyone has their own voice. And many times we do not know how to listen. We think about our own things, or we have our smartphone in our hands all day, and this keeps us from seeing reality and viewing it many times.
Come avete scritto nel documento di un vostro tavolo di lavoro,
as you wrote in the document from one of your working tables, to end all forms of war and violence, we must stand with the little ones, respect their dignity, listen to them, and ensure their voice can be heard without being filtered. Always be close to the little ones, so that their voice can be heard. Meeting the little ones and sharing their pain, and taking a stand by their side against the violence they suffer, stepping out of indifference, this culture of indifference, and its justifications. One question. I know you know the answer. Have we thought today about how many children are forced to work, the work of slaves, to earn something and get to eat? The little ones, the little ones, these children who maybe never have had a toy, because they have to go from one side to the other, one part to the other, to work, earn and make bread, or whether looking for something in the dumps to find something to eat or sell. There are so many so many children who do not know how to play, because life has forced them to live this way. And little ones, these little ones suffer. They suffer because of the bad weather? No, because of us. We are the ones who are responsible. Each of us, all of us, are responsible for others, for everyone else. But today, I believe that the Nobel Prize we could give to many, that we could give to many of us is the Nobel Prize of Pontius Pilate, because we just wash our hands.
Ecco, questa è la conversione.
This is the conversion that changes our lives and the world. This one. It's a conversion that concerns all of us individually, but also as members of communities, as movements and associations to which we belong, and as citizens. It also concerns institutions, which are not external or estranged from this process of conversion. The first step is to the Pope pauses for a moment to think. The Pope pauses to say that the first step is to recognize that it is not we who are in the center. The first in the center is this elderly person, who is just as important as every single one of us.
sono le nostre divisioni.
At the center
le nostre idee.
are our
E poi
divisions, our ideas.
il nostro stile di vita inevitabilmente ne sarà toccato.
These are not at the center, but we must accept that our lifestyle will inevitably be touched and modified. When we stand by the little ones, we are unsettled.
I piccoli ci scomodano.
The little ones make us uncomfortable because they touch our heart.
Parlare con i piccoli,
Walking with the little ones forces us to change our pace,
a rivedere
to review
ciò che portiamo
what we
nel nostro
carry
zaino
in our backpack,
per
to lighten ourselves of the many burdens and the ballast,
e fare spazio
to make
a
room
cose nuove.
for new things.
Allora è importante vivere
It is important
questo non
to
come
live
una perdita,
all of this not as a loss, but as an enrichment, a wise pruning.
una potatura non è
A
una perdita,
pruning
è dolorosa, sì,
isn't
al momento,
a loss.
ti toglie qualcosa, ma è cosa che ti dà vita e dobbiamo vivere
Pruning gives
la
life,
vicinanza con i
and we
piccoli
must
come una potatura sapiente.
live closeness to the little ones as a pruning that removes what is lifeless and values what is
La
promising.
lista dei piccoli.
Let us look at the little ones, this list of the little ones that we have.
Pensiamo
Let us think about
a una categoria che tutti noi abbiamo in
a category that each of us have someone of little ones that we have in our families.
Siamo diminuiti per l'età.
Some who are
Ai nonni.
diminished by age, our grandparents. Let us think about our grandparents.
Mi viene in mente
It makes
una
me
storia
think about
molto
a
bella
story
che
that
non
is
è
very beautiful,
cosa che è successo storico, ma
which is not a historical story, but one that it's a story of.
mamma, figli. E
So there was a beautiful family, a father, mother, son, and each of them,
già, no?
and they had a grandparent who ate with them and lived with him. But the grandparent, as he got older, the grandfather, he would get the soup and he would spill it all over himself. At a certain point, the father
Comincerà a mangiare in cucina.
tells his family that tomorrow the grandfather will eat in the kitchen because he doesn't eat very well, and so we can invite other people to eat with us. So the next day the grandfather eats in the kitchen. The next week he comes home. The father comes home and there was the boy, his young son, who was playing with pieces of wood. And he asks him, "What are you doing?" And he says, "What are you doing, son?" And the son says, "I'm making a table." "Well, what's it for?" "Well, it's for you, father, whenever you grow old."
Stiamo attenti con i vecchi.
Let us be careful with
I vecchi sono
the elderly,
saggezza.
because they are wisdom.
Non dimentichiamo
Let's not
questo.
forget it.
Io lo dico con
And
dolore.
they say it
Questa società
with
molte
sorrow,
volte
that many times in our society we hide
abbandona.
the elderly, we abandon them.
Grazie.
E ora, Santo Padre e amici di Arena di Pace 2024, torniamo in Terra Santa ed ascoltiamo la testimonianza
Amadeus invites the
presidente di Women of
everyone.
the Sun,
We're going back to Palestine from Women of the Sun. This is a presenter of the Israeli women earlier.
Per questo impegno Rem e Yael sono state scelte tra le
Rem and Yael
donne dell'anno del Time e Rem è anche
were
candidata
chosen
al
by
premio
the
Nobel.
Times
Vediamo.
People of the Year.
Sono Rem
In this video message, my name is Rem Al-Haraja from
la città della pace. Come fondatrice del
refugee
movimento
camp
Women
in
of the Sun,
Bethlehem.
sono
From
felice di
Women of
potermi
the Sun,
rivolgere a lei con parole che provengono dai
I
nostri cuori stremati
send
da
to
guerre,
you
uccisioni e
words from our heart,
ma ancora
which have been destroyed by war. We pray that you, Holy Father, listen to the mothers of the Palestinians who cry for their children, because we do not want any more death. We hear in your voice the strength for this call for peace and the strength to support us in our suffering. We have lost many women and our homes, and many people have been arrested and our homes are destroyed. We want to put an end to this cycle of violence and return to a land of peace. We need peace like we need food and water. And so we need a new language that reflects our shared mentality and shared desire to live together, that cannot happen without women of Palestine and women of Israel to live together. We see in your words, we call for the world leaders to pick up the peace talks and to negotiate. And we ask you, Holy Father, to unite your voice to ours so that we may put an end to this cycle of violence. Thank you for listening to my voice, the voice of a mother who defends her own life and those of her children.
E ora noi tutti amiamo la musica. La musica ha una...
The presenter notes that everyone loves music because it has a powerful message and the power to enter into our hearts and tell an important story in a simple way. And so what we're about to listen to is a beautiful song. I'll just tell you a couple of lines. It is dreams that make reality. It is always dreams that give form to what is naked. And this is Luciano Ligabue, an Italian singer.
Io non lo so quanto tempo abbiamo, quanto ne rimane. Io non lo so che cosa ci può stare. Io non lo so chi c'è dall'altra parte, non lo so per certo. So che ogni nuvola è diversa. So che nessuna è come te. Io non lo so se è così sottile il filo che ci tiene. Io non lo so che cosa manca ancora. Io non lo so se sono dentro o fuori, se mi metto in pari. So che ogni lacrima è diversa, so che nessuna è come te. Sono sempre sogni a dare forma al mondo, sono sempre sogni a fare la realtà, sono sempre sogni a dare forma al mondo. E sogna chi ti dice che non è così, e sogna chi non crede che sia tutto qui. Io non lo so se è già tutto scritto come è stato scritto. Io non lo so che cosa viene dopo. Io non lo so se ti tieni stretto ogni tuo diritto. So che ogni attimo è diverso, so che nessuno è come te. E a stanchezza salita, a salute brindata, provi a fare i conti che a giornata finita, alla fine capita, a preghiera pensata, tu ti prendi il tempo che sono sempre sogni a dare forma al mondo, sono sempre sogni a fare la realtà, sono sempre sogni a dare forma al mondo. E sogni chi ti dice che non è così, e sogni chi non crede che sia tutto qui.
And that was Luciano Ligabue, an Italian singer-songwriter who speaks about dreams and how dreams make reality.
E ora i rappresentanti del tavolo sull'ambiente, Anna Maria Panarotto.
And now we have the representatives of the environment round table of the event of peace. And this is Anna Maria Panarotto and Vanessa Nakate for Fridays for Future and Rise Up.
I am a climate justice activist from Uganda. The first time I saw the Pope was when he visited my country, Uganda. Well, I saw him as his car drove past us on the street. I was at least glad that I saw him, even if it was through a car window. I didn't know that 9 years later, I would be on the same... Were you hearing me?
Yes. Mi avete sentito finora?
My name is Vanessa Nakate.
Mi chiamo Vanessa
I am a climate
Nakate.
justice activist from
Sono
Uganda.
un'attivista ugandese.
Vanessa is repeating the first part of her speech in Italian, in English, so that the translator can translate into Italian.
L'ho visto sulla sua pappa mobile. Ho detto, sono contenta, anche se siamo divisi da un finestrino, almeno l'ho visto. Non avrei mai immaginato che 9 anni dopo...
At the time, I never would have guessed. If you can't hear, I'll repeat her words in English.
Un onore infinito.
I never would have guessed at the time when I saw him in Uganda through a car window that we would share the same stage here. We never know.
As individuals.
So we don't need to win as individuals. We must win collectively as humanity. A livable and healthy planet is a win for everyone, not just some of us.
Ecco, vi rileggo il versetto che ha detto adesso Vanessa. Non abbiamo necessità di vincere come individui, dobbiamo vincere insieme.
And she is being translated again by Anna Maria Panarotto.
Non solo per alcuni. Ecco, caro Papa Francesco, sono una delle mamme no fa.
Anna Maria continues, Pope Francis, I am Anna Maria Panarotto of the Vincenza No PFAS Mothers, a group of parents that are fighting against water pollution that kills their children. in the Veneto region.
E sono qui con Vanessa.
So I'm here with Vanessa Nakate, a young and courageous custodian of our common home from Uganda.
Venuta dall'Uganda. Sì.
La sentono?
Grazie.
Benissimo.
Benissimo, grazie.
Adjust the microphones a little bit so that everyone can hear her.
La pace si fa insieme.
Peace is made together.
Non può esserci pace.
There can be no peace among humans if men and women do not make peace with creation.
Costruire relazioni di giustizia fra tutti i viventi.
Building relationships of justice among all living beings takes time. How can we find it in this age marked by speed and immediacy?
Dopo, caro Papa Francesco, volevo dire che oggi
And
siamo
afterwards,
qua
Father, Holy Father, I would like to say to you that we are all here, many of us here, are artisans of peace and include many associations for peace. We want to weave peace. We want to create peace with our hands. We also feel the urgency to constrain politicians to have a different vision, one that is more immediate. If you could help us, this what can help us and help us to decide which steps to take to make this happen.
Mi è piaciuto, soprattutto mi è piaciuto quel tuo però.
I liked, this is Pope Francis, I liked your but. I'm looking up at the sign, a poster that's being held up. Let's demilitarize our minds and our lands. We're talking about peace. And there are some the most profit can be found right now in arms industry, and so we need to demilitarize. There is a long list of countries that create arms and manufacture arms. This is a preparation for death. Your but, Anna Maria, you're pointing out this situation with your finger and pointing your finger at it. In our society, we live this tension. On the one hand, everything pushes us to act quickly. We are used to having an immediate response to our requests and become impatient if there is any delay. For example, the digital revolution of recent years has allowed us to be constantly connected, to communicate easily with distant people, to perform our work remotely. We should have more time available, yet we find that we are always in a rush, chasing the urgency of the last minute. On the other hand, we feel that all this is not natural. This is bellicose, this is war. Our society breathes a tired air. There's tiredness in the air. Many do not find reasons to carry on their daily activities, weighed down by the feeling of always being out of time, trapped in a repetition of what is done, because there is neither the strength nor the time to find harmony, to find peace is not built from one day to the next. Peace must be cared for. If we care for peace, if we don't care for peace, there will be war. The little war, big war, but peace must be cared for. And today, in the world, there is this serious sin of not caring for peace.
Il mondo è in corsa.
The world is in a rush.
A volte saper rallentare la corsa.
It should know how to slow down, not to let ourselves be overwhelmed by activities, and to make room within us for God's action. Slowing down may sound like a misplaced word. In reality, it is an invitation to recalibrate our expectations and our actions by adopting a deeper and broader horizon. It is about making an astronomical revolution to seek peace. How do we do this? Through dialogue. Peace is made through dialogue. Recognizing others, respecting them with wisdom. The enormous challenge ahead is to go against the current, to rediscover and safeguard these natural rhythms. And to do this, we do this through relationships and places. And we do not have to invent everything from scratch. On the contrary, in many cultures, many times war comes from an impatience to do things, and not having the patience to build peace. Slowly, through dialogue, patience is the word that we must repeat constantly. Patience. Patience to build peace. If someone, we see it in our daily life, if someone insults you, you immediately have the desire to re-insult them back, and then they re-insult you. Acts of aggression. Acts of aggression multiply themselves, and we must stop this cycle. One time, I witnessed an interesting scene. There was someone who went to go buy something, but they weren't getting the right price, and so they yelled at everybody and made a big fuss, and the store listened. Ma'am, have you finished? Yes, I finished. Why don't you go take a walk? She didn't say this. He didn't say this with these calm words, perhaps, but they were strong words. But she invited him to go take a walk. So when everything's heat up, we should step back and take a walk. And let's just say something, and things will go better. The important thing is to stop in time.
Papa Francesco, annuncio i rappresentanti del tavolo sul disarmo. Andrea Riccardi.
And now Amadeus announces the Roundtable on Peace. And this is Andrea Riccardi of Pax Christi.
Pochi versi di una persona molto attiva nelle nostre arene precedenti, Giulio Girardello, prete missionario.
And so there are a few words. Says,
amico di Giulio Battistella, altro testimone e
welcomes
promotore delle arene.
Thanks those who promote this arena for peace.
Papa Francesco, una cosa.
I want to say in just a few words to you, Pope Francis, thank you for your courage. I would like to tell you that we are near to you, we are close to you. We want to help you, because helping you, we help ourselves. We help the world to become more human. And we are responsible for one another.
Giulio diceva
Giulio was saying
nel sentimento del
that
mondo nasce la pace.
only seeds planted in the emotions of the world can build peace.
Per fare pace. Io vorrei dire che essere qui sembra un sogno.
I want to say that being here is like a dream.
Papa Francesco
People with Pope Francis who believe in peace.
Però il mondo è diverso.
But the world is
Il mondo è molto diverso.
is varied.
guerre.
It's very different.
E lo
There are
sappiamo, guerre
wars,
aperte.
there are open
Ci
wars,
siamo messi dalla parte delle vittime che
and
sono
we
tante.
are on the side of the victims, who are many.
C'è un'assenza
Even in
di
this world there are
pensieri e di disegni di pace che frustrano
and a design
le
for
speranze della fine della guerra
for
di
peace,
tanti popoli.
and that keeps peace from coming.
Papa Francesco,
You see, Pope Francis,
la pace
the peace
è bandita
is
con
banned
ingenuità.
with
Anzi, come
ingenuity,
dice
with
lei,
naivete.
la pace è diventata
Peace
una parolaccia.
has become
Questo è estremamente
a curse
triste,
word.
perché
And
la
this is
pace è la
sad,
vita di tutti.
because
La pace è
peace
una
is the
grande
life of
benedizione.
everyone. It's a great blessing.
Ma l'alternativa c'è.
But there is an alternative.
Dobbiamo confessare
We must
che molti
confess that
uomini e donne
many
comuni si
men and
sentono
women
impotenti, non sanno cosa fare.
feel
E l'impotenza genera indifferenza.
impotent,
E l'indifferenza
powerless,
diventa poi alla fine
and that
anche
becomes
consenso,
indifference,
complicità
and that becomes
a decisioni
eventually
sbagliate,
complicity and
a sentieri di guerra, il che è
silent
davvero
assent.
drammatico. E allora quello che volevamo chiederle
And so what we want to ask you, Pope Francis,
come essere
is
in questo
what's
momento così complesso
in this moment,
artigiani di pace,
what does it mean to be
anche di fronte ai
mediators of
conflitti,
peace and
vicini e
builders of
lontani.
peace?
Grazie.
Thank you.
Grazie, grazie delle vostre riflessioni.
Thank you, says Pope Francis, for your reflections. If there is life, if there is an active community, if there is positive dynamism in society, then there are also conflicts and tensions. It's a fact. The absence of conflict does not mean that there is peace, but rather that people have stopped living, thinking, and investing themselves in what they believe in. There's a saying in Spanish that says, still waters is the first, are the first to dry up.
Le persone ferme sono le prime a ammalarsi.
And people who stay still are the first to
Nelle nostre realtà,
get sick.
nei nostri territori saremo sempre chiamati
In our lives, in our realities, in our lands, we will always be called to deal with tensions and conflicts.
Non si può stare fermo. Tu devi fare un'opzione.
You can't be still.
Tu devi essere creativo.
You have to be creative.
Un conflitto
A conflict
è
is
proprio una sfida alla creatività.
challenge to our creativity.
Da un conflitto
From a conflict, We can never get out by ourselves. We can never get out of a conflict by ourselves. It requires the community, it requires help, either family or friends. So we can never get out of a conflict by ourselves. And secondly, a conflict, you can only come out of a conflict from above. Going down can never take you out. Conflict is like a labyrinth, and you can't get out of a conflict, out of a labyrinth by yourself. You, at the very least, you require a string that shows you the way. But a conflict, we must rise above it, like a labyrinth. You can never get out even by anesthetizing ourselves. We must get out of conflict with reality. If I'm in a labyrinth, we must be able to give a name to a conflict and take it in hand and get out from above and together, at least with a string. In our lives, we will always be called to take steps forward in conflict and to dialogue amid conflict. Often we are tempted to think that the solution to escape conflicts and tensions is to remove them. We ignore them, hide them. No. And marginalize them. No, this is just a ticking time bomb. By doing so, we amputate reality of an uncomfortable but also important piece. We know that the final outcome of this way of living conflicts is to increase injustices and generate feelings of unease and frustration, which can also translate into violent acts. And we see this in politics and in society, whatever kind of politics. Conflicts are hidden, and then sooner or later they blow up because there is no harmony. Even the same in families. In societies we can hide conflicts. So whenever there are problems in a family, we must talk about them and clear them up. And the same in society. We must talk to one another to get out of it, because by ourselves we cannot come out of a conflict.
Un'altra risposta dal fiato corto è quella di cercare di risolvere le tensioni.
Another short-sighted response is to try to resolve tensions by making one of the poles prevail. And this is suicidal, because it reduces the plurality of positions to a single perspective. Today, the bishop showed me the birthplace of Romano Guardini, a great theologian.
I conflitti si risolvano in un piano superiore.
Romano Guardini always said that conflicts are resolved from above. They become yeast of a new culture.
Una volta si tratta di un vicolo cieco. Se si cerca la uniformità.
Sometimes it seems that we are in a cul-de-sac, a dead end, seeking uniformity instead of unity by having an unjustified fear of plurality.
E per risolvere l'unità ci vuole lavorare con i conflitti.
We need to work in conflict. Sometimes we are afraid of plurality. And we could say that this family or society is committing suicide. The first step to living healthily with tensions and conflicts is to recognize that they are part of our lives. They are physiological, as they do not cross the threshold of violence, as long as they do not cross the threshold of violence. Therefore, do not be afraid of them. Do not fear if there are different ideas, and that sometimes confront and perhaps clash with one another. In these situations, we are called to a different exercise, letting ourselves be questioned by the conflict, letting ourselves be provoked by the tensions, to put ourselves in search, to search how to resolve, to find a way, seek a way to resolve the conflict and go ahead in harmony. This is a task that we are not used to doing, but it's a social richness. There are conflicts? Okay, let's talk about them, confront them, and talk to one another to find a way to resolve them. Please do not be afraid of conflicts, be it familial or society conflicts. And then I'm constrained to dialogue. Dialogue helps us to resolve conflicts. But dialogue is not the same as making of uniformity. But no, plurality is the goal. Sins, the sins of political regimes that became dictatorships, is that they did not admit plurality. A big society is like a big familia. The grandmother and the mother-in-law. But this should be resolved, just like a world conflict. A global conflict must be resolved. So when our children are teenagers, adolescents, and they ask questions that we are not are used to giving, and a family conflict arises, we should dialogue. Mother with children, father with children, children amongst themselves, dialogue. Dialogue brings us ahead. It makes us strive ahead. A society that avoids its conflicts is a suicidal conflict. Rather, conflict should be taken by the hand so that we can move forward to the future.
E ora andiamo di nuovo in Terra Santa a parlare Iaptanos, cattolica.
And the presenter, Amadeus, says we are going back to Palestine to the group called Women Make Peace, who work to... Your Holiness, my name is Yunus Mannus, and Israeli mother who believes that it is time to protect our children. I'm a Palestinian mother. My land is bleeding because my
È una
land
sensazione terribile, Santità,
is it more?
sconosciuta agli altri arabi. Santità, quando abbiamo
Your
ricevuto il
Holiness,
suo messaggio
when
il
we
4
saw
ottobre,
your
in
message
risposta
of the
all'attesa
4th
di
of
benedire i
October
nostri
to ask
passi
us
con le nostre sorelle
to
palestinesi,
bless
siamo
one
stati
another,
felicissimi.
we were
La
extremely
sua risposta
happy.
ci ha dato forza per continuare
Your,
il
res-
nostro lavoro.
your letter
Nelle
gave
sue
us
parole,
strength to move
Santità,
ahead in our
lei
work.
ha espresso dolore per gli avvenimenti in Terra Santa e ha
You
consolato con le sue
helped us
costanti preghiere
to
per la
confront the
pace.
difficulties in the Holy
Questo
Land,
è quanto
and
facciamo
this
ogni
is
giorno nel nostro movimento
is what we try to
e
do
con
every
quello
day in our
gemello
movement,
delle sorelle palestinesi.
the work
Chiediamo
with
a
our
Gesù Cristo di
the
concederci
sisters
i
of
doni della
Palestine.
saggezza,
We
della
ask
compassione e dell'amore, perché
Jesus
l'amore
to
guarisce i cuori e scuote le anime.
give us
Facciamo
love,
appello
so
a Sua
because love
Santità affinché continui
shakes
il
up
dialogo
our
con tutti i
souls
rappresentanti delle
and brings
religioni
peace.
per chiedere ai nostri leader di unire la loro
We ask
voce
you
alla nostra.
and
Chiediamo
the
l'aiuto
world
di Sua
leaders to
Santità per
unite
realizzare
your voices to ours,
l'impossibile, attuare il cambiamento
to
storico
create a
che tanti
change
aspettiamo, riportare la pace in Terra
and
Santa.
bring peace back to the Holy Land.
E ora, Santo Padre, le presento i rappresentanti del tavolo Economia e Lavoro, Maos Inon
And
e
this
Aziz
next
Abu Sarah.
The next two presenters will be from the work and economy table, who are both entrepreneurs, one who is Israeli and the other is Palestinian, as well as Roberto Romano, an economist.
We are honored to be here with you.
È un grande onore, Papa Francesco, essere qui. Lei è un leader della pace, siamo qui con...
We are proud to be here, an honor to be here with you, Pope Francis,
Vi portiamo parole di pace dalla terra
here
santa.
as weavers of peace. We bring these words from the Holy Land in Hebrew.
ולא למלחמות. אל תגידו יום יבוא, הביאו את היום, ובכל הכיכרות הריעו לשלום.
يا قدس يا حبيبتي غدا غدا سيزهر الليمون وتضحك العيون ويرجع الأطفال يلعبون ويلتقي الآباء والبنون يا بلدي يا بلد السلام والزيتون.
Cercherò di rendere efficace quello che è stato detto perché in italiano non è la stessa cosa.
And translation. Open our eyes to hope,
Il mirino dei fucili.
not through the
Canta una canzone
scope of snipers.
Non per la
Sing a song
Non
not
dire
for
che il
war,
giorno arriverà.
but for peace.
Porta
Believe that
quel
the
giorno perché è un
that
sogno
day of peace will come, and it is a dream.
In tutte le piazze della città,
In all the
proprio in tutte credo,
squares
tifano
of the
solo
city,
per la pace. Questa
everyone
è
is
la prima
rooting for peace.
Poesia, cantico, elogio alla speranza.
Everyone applauding for an Israeli man and a Palestinian man who hold their hands up together in a sign of brotherly affection.
Adesso c'è una seconda, come dire,
And in the second
rappresentazione di quello che possiamo vedere passo dopo passo.
the translation of the
Domani fioriranno i limoni,
work in
i tuoi occhi danzeranno.
in Arabic. Tomorrow, lemons will
I tuoi figli
flower.
giocheranno ancora.
Your children will still
E
play.
padri e figli si incontreranno.
Fathers and sons will meet.
La mia città,
My city,
sì, proprio la mia città,
yes, my
la
city,
città della pace,
the city of
la
peace,
città degli ulivi.
the city of olives, is the city of olives.
No. Ah, sorry.
Pope Francis.
Papa Francesco,
I am Maoz Inon.
mi chiamo Maoz Inon, vengo da Israele. I miei genitori sono
I come from Israel, and my parents were killed on October 7th.
Papa Francesco, mi chiamo
Pope Francis, my name is Aziz Sarah. I'm from Palestine,
vengo dalla Palestina.
and my brother was killed by Israeli forces
Guerra
in
e
this
i
war.
soldati israeliani mi hanno tolto mio fratello. Il nostro dolore, la nostra sofferenza ci hanno avvicinati.
Our pain has brought us together and brought us to create a better future. We are entrepreneurs.
Grazie.
So a round of applause, and many people are standing as Maoz and Aziz hold their hands together above their heads in a sign of brotherly affection and peace.
We are entrepreneurs.
Siamo imprenditori.
And we believe that
crediamo
peace
che
is
la
the
pace
We believe that peace is the greatest enterprise to achieve.
da realizzare.
We address you with Roberto Romano
Che condivide
from the working
le nostre
group,
idee.
and that there can be no peace without an economy of peace, an economy that does not kill,
Un'economia che non uccide, che non produce guerra. Un'economia invece basata sulla giustizia.
an economy based on justice. And we ask, how can young people become entrepreneurs of peace when the educational system often are influenced by technocratic paradigm and the culture of profit at any cost? And Maoz and Aziz come up and embrace Pope Francis together. Pope Francis sits back down to offer his response to the question from Maoz and Aziz. And he says, I believe that in front of the suffering of these two brothers, the suffering of two peoples, there are no words. There are no words.
Loro hanno avuto il coraggio di abbracciarsi.
They had the courage to embrace.
E questo
And this
non solo
is
è
not
coraggio e
courage,
testimonianza
it is
alla pace, ma
a witness in the face of peace,
progetto di futuro.
but also a project for the future.
Abbracciarsi.
Embrace.
Ambedue
Both of them
hanno perso i familiari.
have lost family members.
La famiglia si è rotta per questa
Their
guerra.
families were destroyed by this war.
Serve la guerra.
What purpose does war serve?
Per favore,
Please,
facciamo
let us
un piccolo spazio di silenzio.
make take a moment of silence,
Perché non si può parlare
because
di questo, ma
we can't talk too much
sentire.
about this, but we must feel it
L'abbraccio di questi
and
due,
what
ognuno dal suo
the
cuore.
embrace of these two. And may each of us in our hearts pray, Lord, to the Lord of peace,
Una decisione interiore
and please make a interior decision
per finire con le guerre.
to do something to end wars. And so we pause in silence for a second to pray for peace.
Pensiamo ai bambini.
And let us think about children in this war who suffer in many wars. What future will they have?
Mi viene in mente i bambini
The children of Ukraine come to me, come to mind, those who come to Rome. They do not know how to smile.
nella guerra perdono il sorriso.
Children in war lose their smiles.
Pensiamo ai vecchi.
Let us think about the elderly who have worked their entire lives to carry forward their countries. And now, destruction.
Una sconfitta storica e una sconfitta di tutti noi.
This historical defeat is a defeat for all of us. Let us pray for peace. And let us pray to these, and let us tell these two brothers who carry this desire and our desire to work for peace, to carry it with them to their countries and their peoples.
La lettura del Salmo 85, parte di un attore veronese molto bravo, un applauso per Matteo Martari. Grazie Matteo, buongiorno.
And now
Con accompagnamento al pianoforte Felicity
Matteo Martari will sing the Psalm number 85, accompanied by Felicity Lucchesi on the piano.
Signore, sei stato buono con la tua terra, hai ricondotto i deportati di Giacobbe, hai perdonato l'iniquità del tuo popolo, hai cancellato tutti i suoi peccati, hai deposto tutto il tuo sdegno e messo fine alla tua grande ira. Rialzaci, Dio nostra salvezza, e placa il tuo sdegno verso di noi. Forse per sempre sarai adirato con noi, di età in età estenderai il tuo sdegno. Non tornerai tu forse a darci vita perché in te gioisca il tuo popolo? Mostraci, Signore, la tua misericordia e donaci la tua salvezza. Ascolterò che cosa dice Dio, il Signore. Egli annunzia la pace per il suo popolo, per i suoi fedeli, per chi ritorna a Lui con tutto il cuore. La sua salvezza è vicina a chi lo teme e la sua gloria abiterà la nostra terra. Misericordia e verità si incontreranno, giustizia e pace si bacieranno. La verità germoglierà dalla terra e la giustizia si affaccerà dal cielo. Quando il Signore elargirà il suo bene, la nostra terra darà il suo frutto. Davanti a Lui camminerà la giustizia e sulla via dei suoi passi la salvezza. misericordia e verità si incontreranno, giustizia e pace si bacieranno.
And the reading of Psalm 85 by Matteo Martari was accompanied by Felicity Lucchesi on the piano, as well as a choreographed ballet from the Sisina Augusta.
Più di 160 organizzazioni di israeliani e palestinesi. Un popolo di pace che prima e dopo il 7 ottobre non si arrende alla guerra come un unico.
And the presenter
rivolge un appello alla comunità internazionale, in
repeats a call for peace to the G7 and introduces a video message from an association in Palestine.
My name is Naveen Sanduka.
Salve, Sua Santità. Il mio nome è Nivine Sanduka. Sono una palestinese e sono direttore regionale
Semina
dell'Alleanza
Sanduka
per la
from
pace in Medio Oriente,
the
l'ALMEP, è la più grande rete di
Association
consultori di pace israeliani e palestinesi nella regione. Come avete visto, la guerra è ancora in corso. Un cessate il fuoco non sembra vicino. I livelli di distruzione per
a Palestinian and the director of the Alliance for Peace in the Middle Land, ALMEP. We ask that the G7 and the international community support a process for peace from the top down, that it be multilateral and combined with an approach from the ground up and involve civil society, especially operators, workers, Israeli workers for peace, and those combined with those of Palestine should be at the center of this process.
Thank you so much for your support.
Their work should be focused and not ignored, and we thank you for your support, Pope Francis.
Questa mattinata bellissima qui all'Arena di Verona, Arena di Pace 2024.
Amadeus
A lei, Santo Padre,
invites Pope Francis to conclude this Arena of Peace event.
Abbiamo ascoltato.
And the Pope says, we've listened to
Le donne.
women,
E il mondo
and the world
ha sogno
needs
di guardare
to
alle
look
donne
to women
per trovare la pace.
to find peace.
Sono le mamme.
These are mothers.
Le testimonianze
The testimonies of these courageous
coraggiose
bridge builders
costruttrici di ponti fra israeliani
between Israelis and Palestinians confirm this to us.
sono sempre più convinto
I am increasingly convinced that the future of humanity is not only in the hands of great leaders, great powers, and elites. It is above all in the hands of the peoples. The peoples, in their capacity to organize themselves, and also in their hands that irrigate with humility and conviction this process of change. The people must have an awareness of itself and act together as a people, to act with a desire to build peace. However, you, weavers of dialogue in the Holy Land, please ask world leaders to listen to your voice, to involve you in negotiation processes, so that agreements arise from reality and not from ideologies. Let us recall that ideologies have no feet to stand on. They have no hands to heal wounds. They have no eyes to see the suffering of others. Peace is made with the feet, hands, and eyes of the people involved. Together, all of us. Peace will never be the result of distrust, walls, weapons aimed at each other. St. Paul says, each one will reap what they sow. We, brothers and sisters, let us not sow death, destruction, and fear in our societies. And that's what our societies are sowing right now. Let us instead, brothers and sisters, sow hope. May each of us find a way to do this, to sow hope always. And this is what you are doing as well in this arena of peace, sowing peace. Do not stop. Do not get discouraged. Do not become spectators of the so-called inevitable war. No. As Bishop Tonino Bello said, peace builders, stand up. All of us together, stand up.
Padre, per concludere, mi permetta di far salire sul palco Maos Inon e Assis Abu Sarah che portano l'appello di tutte le madri israeliane e palestinesi.
Tells Pope Francis that Maoz and Aziz come up to the stage to present him a appeal for peace from the mothers. This is called the Mother's Call. So that he can sign it, and he signs it and hands it back. These are appeals for peace.
Grazie, grazie. Grazie, grazie a tutti e naturalmente grazie.
And the MC Amadeus thanks everyone for attending this arena of peace, and thanks Pope Francis and shakes his hand as the Pope prepares to move to the next event, which will be at the Montorio Prison here in Verona, where he will meet with detainees and the volunteers and correctional officers who work in the Montorio prison. The Pope has met and chaired this arena of peace. Justice and Peace Shall Embrace is the title of this event, and he has done so for the first time, becoming the first Pope to chair this event, preside at it, which began in 1986 and was begun by the Comboni missionaries. As we see Pope Francis leaving to the next venue. We conclude this live broadcast from the Arena in Verona. Please visit our Vatican News web portal, Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube accounts for coverage of this event and other Vatican and world news. We will be back again shortly for the Pope's visit to Montorio Prison facility, where he will meet with detainees and correctional officers. My name is Devin Watkins. It has been a pleasure to provide for you the English translation of this event, the key event for and reason for Pope Francis's visit to Verona. And on behalf of Vatican Media, I would like to thank all of our technicians and partner broadcast stations for joining us. And thank you for joining us. Laudetur Jesus Christus. Praised be Jesus Christ.
cappello del silenzio e si vede che già sento che anche tu lo vedrai e chissà che lo vedrai solo con gli occhi miei ed il mondo la sua luce riavrà. Io t'amo, 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 oh, questo è il primo segno che dà la sua fede nel Signore, nel Signore. Ci abbiamo provato, Un applauso per il coraggio.
Laudetur Jesus Christus. Praised be Jesus Christ. A very warm welcome to you on behalf of Vatican Media, Vatican Radio and all my colleagues here at the Vatican's Dicastery for Communication. My name's Joseph Tulloch and I'll be providing the English language commentary for this live broadcast of Pope Francis' meeting with correctional officers, detainees and volunteers. As those of you watching on television can see, Pope Francis is going to be arriving very soon at the Montorio Prison here in Verona. Pope Francis is in Verona today. It's part of a very full schedule of activities that he's coming here and meeting with officials and inmates at the prison. A very warm welcome to you, whether you're joining us via our Vatican News YouTube channel, the Catholic Faith Network in America, Shalom World TV, at Madison TV, EWN TV, Catholic TV, Luminous Radio India, or via any local or diocesan radio station around the world. You can also find this broadcast live right now on our Vatican Media audio app and Vatican News website, which you can access at www.vaticannews.va.
Sì, facciamo il benvenuto qui con noi spari iniziamo subito. Adesso cantiamo un'altra canzone finché unita.
So Pope Francis set off this morning from the Vatican in a helicopter at 6:30 and he got to the northern Italian city of Verona at 8 a.m. Verona is perhaps best known as the setting for Shakespeare's play Romeo and Juliet. And the first thing the Pope did when he got here was he met with priests and religious in the Basilica of San Zeno. That's a big church there in Verona. He met with them for about 45 minutes and he spoke about confession and forgiveness, and then he went outside the church, and in the square outside the church he met with some children and kind of had a back and forth with them. And then the next big event, which has just finished, was he travelled to the Arena of Verona for an event entitled Arena of Peace, Justice and Peace Will Embrace. That was kind of a long event. There was lots and lots of people. I think the figure was 12,000 people. And there were, so Arena of Peace was the theme. The Pope spoke to various people. There was Vanessa Nakate, an activist from Uganda, a climate activist. There was Mabuba Siraj, a journalist and women's rights activist from Afghanistan, and there was Ken Loach, the British filmmaker who makes films about social justice. And these people had an exchange with the Pope. There were also two friends, one Israeli, one Palestinian, who are activists for peace in the Holy Land. And that was a very big event. It lasted about an hour and a half, and the Pope has just left that and he's on his way now to the Montorio prison. For those of you who are listening on radio and not able to see the images, we're in the sports field of that prison. There's quite a lot of people here, and the Pope has not yet got here, so people are still waiting. There's some music being played as they wait for the Pope to show up. The schedule for the rest of the day is, so after his meeting here with the inmates and officials, the Pope will have lunch with them. That will be after the broadcast, so our broadcast will just show you basically this meeting here in the sports field, and then afterwards the lunch will be off camera, and then once he's finished that lunch, the Pope will go to the Bentegodi Stadium in Verona, and he will celebrate Mass there. And after that he'll head back to the Vatican in a helicopter, so he's heading off at about 4:45 Rome time. That Mass starts at 3 p.m. Italy time. So that's basically the schedule for today. This of course isn't the first visit that the Pope has made to a city in northern Italy recently. He went to Venice about a month ago for kind of a similar thing, he did, like today, he met with different groups of people and he kind of travelled around the city. He also, like the meeting in the prison that's about to happen, the Pope also visited a prison in Venice. Let me see if I can find you some information about that visit to the prison in Venice. So that the Venice visit was on Sunday the 28th of April, and actually it was the very first stop of his visit was to a women's penitentiary institution, the Giudecca Women's Prison there in Venice. The Pope greeted over 80 of the inmates as well as prison staff, security and volunteers. He greeted each person one by one, gave a brief address, and then listened very attentively to groups of them as they came forward to thank him and offer gifts that they had made for the occasion. In his address, I can now hear a helicopter, and I'm wondering if the Pope is actually going to be arriving in helicopter. We'll see. Or perhaps he's arriving by car. I imagine actually by car. But anyway, so going back to Venice, in his address, Pope Francis explained to them how he wished to be with them as the first event of his visit to Venice, to assure them that they hold, quote, a special place in his heart, and he suggested that this moment be experienced less as an official visit and more as a special encounter together, where, again I'm quoting, "Thanks be to God, we can give each other time, prayer, closeness and fraternal affection, allowing for precious mutual enrichment." And the Pope added that God knows each one of us, and the Pope said, "Here today we each have something unique to give and to receive that can benefit all of us." The Pope said that it is the Lord who brings us together, and while the paths from which we have arrived in the prison may vary, and some are very painful, also due to mistakes, which have led to wounds and scars that each carry within, he said that's okay. And he acknowledged the harsh reality of prison, which he said is also due to overcrowding, the lack of facilities and resources, and incidents of violence. Again, those of you watching on television can see the banners that have been placed out here in the prison in various languages, saying "Welcome, Pope Francis." There's some in Italian, some in French. There are detainees here from a very wide, diversity of countries. We have some inmates I know from Morocco, some from Poland, some from some parts of sub-Saharan Africa. And we'll hear more about that as the event continues. But yeah, I was saying, in Venice, in that visit to the prison, the Pope said that prison is a harsh reality, and there's a lack of facilities and resources, and also incidents of violence that can add to the difficult reality. But at the same time, he noted that prison can also be a time for moral and physical rebirth, where the dignity of women and men is not left in isolation, but promoted through mutual respect and the nurturing of talents and abilities. The Pope said that sometimes these talents can lie dormant or isolated by life's challenges, but they can re-emerge for the good of all, with due attention and perseverance, and he added that nobody can take away a person's dignity. No one. So if you're just joining us, we're still waiting for the Pope to arrive here in Verona's Montorio Prison, in the sports field of the prison. Pope Francis is going to be meeting with officials and inmates from the prison. The Pope has just been celebrating a large meeting called the Arena of Peace, and he's just on his way from the arena now to the prison. And this is something Pope Francis does a lot. He likes to do it when he visits a country or a city. He tried to go to a prison and meet some of the inmates, and it was just reading out some of his remarks in his last visit to an Italian city, which is his visit to Venice. So I'll continue with that. He said that despite it all, prison time can allow for new beginnings through the rediscovery of the undiscovered beauty in us and in others. And the Pope said that this is symbolized by the artistic event you are hosting and the project to which you actively contribute. That's because at the time the Women's Prison in Venice was the site for the Vatican's art exhibition for the Venice Biennale, the big art festival. prison can become the worksite for rebuilding lives, the Pope went on to say, by thinking about one's own life and, with courage, doing away with what is not needed, harmful or dangerous. By planning, one can start again, creating a new foundation and, in light of experience, rebuild brick by brick with determination, he said. The Pope underscored how important it is for prison systems to offer possibilities for human, spiritual, cultural and professional growth that favour healthy reintegration in society, offering new possibilities that will benefit everyone. We have all made mistakes that need to be forgiven and wounds that need to heal, the Pope pointed out. And when that happens, the forgiven can themselves bring forgiveness to others. The reborn can bring rebirth, and the healed can be healers. And in conclusion, the Pope encouraged everyone to renew their trust in the future and always look to the horizon, always look to the future with hope. I like to think of hope as an anchor, he said. You know, it's an anchor that's anchored in the future, and we hold the rope in our hands and go forward with the rope anchored in the future. In thanking those present before leaving, the Pope he handed out copies of an icon of the Blessed Mother and Child, explaining how you can see the tenderness Mary has with all of us as she is the mother of tenderness. And groups of inmates then came forward to meet the Pope, offering words of gratitude for his visit and expressing hopes for a better future for them and for our world. They gave the Pope fruits of their efforts, working the prison-run cooperatives, where they produce a variety of goods ranging from soaps, clothing and flowers. So that was the Pope's visit to a prison in Venice recently, and we're now waiting for him to arrive here in the Montorio Prison in Verona. So for those of you listening on the radio, there are groups of inmates sitting out here in the sports field, lots of police officers as well standing around, and there's a big stage in the middle where the Pope will soon be arriving, giving a speech from. He's also going to be exchanging some words with two of the officials that help run this prison. So those are, let me see if I can find the names for you. Yeah, so one is going to be Dr. Francesca Gioielli, she's the director of the prison, and he's also going to be addressed by Mario Piramide, he's the director of the penitentiary police. And I think there'll also be an exchange with at least one of the inmates here, but we'll see how that develops. So I mentioned earlier that the first thing the Pope did when he arrived was he went to the Basilica of San Zeno, and then after that he met with some children outside, and he told them that with the joy of Jesus' love and faith you can be peacemakers and you can surpass all difficulties. And that was the kind of the comforting reminder that he offered those children. Again, he's in Verona for one day. It's a very short but very intense pastoral visit to the northern Italian city. And he responded to 3 questions that the children had asked him before leading them in prayer. One of the children asked him how to discern Jesus' voice, and the Holy Father responded by calling the children to recall how great they feel when they do something good and how bad they feel when they do something wrong. The children enthusiastically responded to that, and the Pope explained that the good feeling they experience after doing a good gesture is how they feel as the Lord speaks to them, and that the bad feeling that they have that's what happens when they're doing something which is taking them further away from God. And I've just heard that the Pope should be arriving soon, so we'll be getting underway very soon. He's expected imminently, I've just been informed. Going back to the children, they also asked him how to be peacemakers, and in this context the Pope encouraged them to together be a sign of peace, in which they listen to, share and play with one another without fighting. And then the final question was about maintaining faith even at difficult times, and the Pope noted that, yes, life is full of many, many difficulties, and he mentioned the loss of loved ones, especially relatives, and recalled the terrible wars underway, before going on to express his belief that the joy that the Lord gives us consoles us and enables us to push through whatever comes our way. With Jesus at their side, the Pope told the children, they can truly become peacemakers, and he encouraged them to courageously and with faith go against the tide and use their gifts to help others. Don't be afraid to go against the tide if you want to do a good thing. Do you understand? That's what he asked the children. Before some performances by the children, the Holy Father said, let's first pause to pray an Our Father all together, and then he gave his apostolic blessing. This, by the way, this last subject, the one about maintaining faith during the difficulties in life, this is something the Pope has spoken about before, and he has some quite profound words about that. He said that faith doesn't get rid of the difficulties from your life. He says that you're always going to struggle, horrible things are always going to happen to you, and faith in God can't change that, but what it can change is your attitude when faced by these problems, and it can help you to deal with and come through these problems, even if it can't help to prevent them. So as I said, Pope Francis is very imminently expected now at Montorio Prison here in Verona. He'll be meeting with officials and with some of the inmates. And so that meeting with the children I mentioned was in the church of San Zeno. Zeno was a very interesting saint. He's a saint from the 4th century, and he lived in or near Verona, but he's thought to have originally come from Africa. And in some of the documentation that was released ahead of this visit, the Vatican included a quote from Saint Zeno, which serves sort of as the theme for this whole pastoral visit. And the quote from Saint Zeno is this: "True justice is the source and mother of all virtues. She is dedicated to the good of others. Ignoring one's own necessities, she secretly spreads generosity to the poor and the seeds of mercy to the suffering." That's that quote from Saint Zeno, famous saint who lived here in Venice, and it kind of sums up everything that the Pope is trying to do with this visit. Meeting with priests, meeting with children, now coming to the prison.
Io aspetto sempre un ordine, ma quello che non arriva, quindi noi dobbiamo andare avanti. Che si fa? Andiamo avanti. No, devo necessario.
And while we wait for the Pope to arrive, he's running a little bit late. Let's talk a little bit about that first meeting that the Pope had. So the Pope met with priests and religious, kind of from the local area, in that Basilica of San Zeno. Yeah, he also met with deacons, that's right. So deacons, priests, and consecrated men and women. And as they gathered in what the Pope described as one of Italy's most beautiful Romanesque basilicas, the Basilica of San Zeno, Pope Francis said that the architecture reminded him of a boat, and that together they were part of the boat of the Lord, navigating the seas of history to spread the joy of the gospel. And with this image of the boat of the gospel in mind, Pope Francis offered 2 reflections on religious life. First of all, the Pope began, we must welcome the call we have received. He recalled that Jesus, at the beginning of his ministry in Galilee, as he, quote, walks along the shore of the lake and sets his gaze on a boat and on 2 pairs of fishermen brothers, he approaches and calls them to follow him. So kind of setting the scene with this story from the Gospel, and the Pope invited those present to never forget this image, which he said shows that at the heart of the Christian life is the encounter with the Lord, which comes regardless of personal merits or efforts. In the same way, he continued, at the origins of the consecrated life is the Lord's calling. Pope Francis asked all those gathered to try to never lose the wonder of that calling. It is nurtured by the memory of the gift they received by grace, a memory to keep always alive within us. This is the first foundation of our consecration, of our ministry, he said. So that was the first reflection that the Pope offered on religious life in this meeting with priests, deacons and consecrated women and men. And then the The second image, or rather the second reflection that the Pope offered, was on the subject of mission. The Pope emphasized the need for boldness in undergoing mission, and he looked back once again to the image of Jesus as he encountered his disciples on the Sea of Galilee. And now I'm quoting from the Pope, "Boldness is a gift that this church knows well. If there is indeed one characteristic of the priests and religious of Verona, it is precisely that of being enterprising, creative, and capable of embodying the prophecy of the gospel." End quote. The Pope went on to celebrate Verona's historical legacy of faith-driven social contributions. He described the legacy as being made up of the numerous witnesses of faith who have been able to unite the proclamation of the word with generous and compassionate service to those in need. And he mentioned in particular the, quote, social creativity that has led to the creation of training schools, hospitals, care homes, shelters, and places of spirituality. Reflecting on St. Zeno's teachings, the Pope reminded those gathered in the basilica that owes its name to him of the perils of normalizing greed and the importance of active charity. The Pope noted that, quote, "You have inherited from your history the boldness of a faith in active charity. For this reason," he said, and he quoted the words of St. Paul and asked the congregation to join him in doing so, "Do not grow weary of doing good." That very famous quotation from St. Paul. "Do not give in to discouragement," the Pope continued, adding, "Be bold in the mission, know how to be today a church that draws near, that heals wounds, that witnesses the mercy of God." And with this in mind, the Pope turned to the priests in the congregation, and addressing them as ministers of the sacrament of penance, he asked, "Please forgive everything, forgive everything." He asked that they not scrutinize people who come to confession. If you are not capable at that moment of understanding, go ahead. The Lord has understood, but please do not torture the penitents. Focusing a few moments more on the importance of the matter, and here we have Pope Francis. So the Pope is now arriving. He's on the Pope-mobile, which actually you don't, a different one to the one that he drives, I think, when he arrives in the Vatican on Wednesday mornings for the general audience. But anyway, the Pope is now arriving. He's so he's now coming to the prison, and so we'll be getting started shortly. For anyone just tuning in, this is Verona's Montorio Prison, and the Pope is here as part of his day-long pastoral visit to the northern Italian city of Verona. So the Pope is expected to be welcomed by two officials from the prison who'll give speeches that I'll translate into English. The Pope will then himself also give a speech, I think addressed to the inmates here rather than to the staff, and then there might be a response from one of the inmates. We'll see how this develops. And I was saying, of course, that afterwards the Pope will then be having lunch with the people who live and work in this prison. So the Pope now actually entering the sports field of the prison, still on the Pope-mobile. And there's a row of police officers here to greet him. And the inmates now cheering. Looks like the Pope is stopping to shake hands with some of the staff. Still being driven in that Pope-mobile. Yeah, now some of the inmates coming forward, shaking hands with him. The Pope stopping, exchanging a few words with them. So this is a male prison again, for those of you who don't have the images who are listening on radio. The Pope celebrated recently Mass for Holy Thursday, or Maundy Thursday, in a women-only prison. Today it's a male prison. And the Pope now kind of doing a little tour, or driving around, shaking as many hands as he can, before he then heads up to that stage and we get started. The gentleman sitting in the Pope-mobile with him is, I think, the Bishop of Verona. And these men that you can see in suits around the Pope-mobile are members either of the Swiss Guard, of course not in the traditional costume, or they're members of the Vatican gendarmes, the Vatican police force. Probably a mixture of both. And they're the ones that do security for the Pope when he travels or even when he's in the Vatican. And we have lots of local police officers from Verona as well who are here, kind of lining the sides of the of this main approach to the stage. The Pope's now headed onto the stage to get started. There's quite a lot. So it's a normal football field here, and it's fairly full. I'd say there are a couple of hundred between the inmates and the staff. And there's a big concrete wall surrounding the sports field here with guards posted on top of it, and so that's a reminder, of course, that this is a prison. It's a place where criminals are sent, and this, of course, is why the Pope wants to come here. He wants to go to these difficult places, these places where people suffer. And it's, as I was saying earlier, this has really been a thing he's done a lot. He, of course, made history when he very early on in his pontificate, for Maundy Thursday, for the foot washing, he washed the feet. He went to, I think it was maybe even his very first year as Pope, he went to a prison and washed the feet of prisoners. So this has really been something that's it's clearly very important to him. It really means a lot to him, this opportunity to meet with prisoners and to travel to these difficult and often quite dark places. So the Pope is now just making his way through the last bit of the sports field before he gets to the stage. And I think we'll be getting underway shortly. So as I said earlier, the Pope will now be welcomed by Francesca Gioieni. She's the director of the prison, of the Montorio prison here in Verona, and also by Mario Piramide, who's the director of the police force here in the prison. So they're the two people we're expecting to greet the Pope, and I think they'll both, or certainly the director of the prison, will give a short speech. The Pope will then give a speech directed to the inmates, and then see if there's a response from some of the inmates as well. So actually, I said that the Pope was getting close to the stage, but it looks like he's continuing to drive around in the Pope-mobile. So again, this really shows now he wants to not just come here and give a speech, but he's hoping to see and shake hands with as many of the people here as possible. So I said that he visited a prison in his last visit to an Italian city outside of Rome. That was his visit to Venice a month ago, and then before that he celebrated Mass for Maundy Thursday. There were some quite moving images that came out of that celebration of the Mass. The Pope washed the feet of the female prisoners in it's called Rebibbia prison here in Rome. It's one of the really big prisons, and some very moving scenes. Some of the inmates crying as the Pope washed their feet. Just really, really powerful scenes. The Pope was just handed something by one of the inmates. I'm not sure if he was asked to sign it, but something was handed to him. The Pope took hold of it, did something, and gave it back. Pope doing what looks like another loop here. Of course he's driving in the Pope-mobile, not because he wants to, but he's been suffering from knee problems for a while now, so he actually his mobility, is a little bit limited. He's not able to walk so well. He likes to walk a little bit when he can, but often he's been traveling in a wheelchair. Today it's more practical, I guess, to drive in this little It's not even a car really, it's too small to be a car, but it's a little yeah, a little, I honestly don't know the word for it, but anyway, he's driving around in that. Of course, these mobility problems have made it maybe sometimes a little bit difficult, even for the Pope to do the journeys he likes to do. So the Pope has travelled a lot. Today he's travelled to the northern Italian city of Verona, but he also likes to travel abroad. And many people in his staff have raised concerns about this, and they've told him, you know, maybe because you have these knee problems and these mobility issues, maybe you shouldn't be travelling so much. But the Pope he's really determined to keep doing his international travel as much as he can and for as long as he can. It's been announced that this summer he's making a visit to Asia. He's going to be stopping off in, let me see if I can remember the countries, certainly in Indonesia and Singapore and Timor-Leste, or East Timor as it's sometimes known. Papua New Guinea will be on the agenda as well, and I think there's one more country that's not quite coming to mind. But that's going to be a really big visit. It will be his longest visit abroad ever. It's almost 2 weeks, I think, and of course travelling very far, travelling to some parts of Asia that are pretty remote from Rome, which again I think it shows how important it is as a Pope. He's now kind of leaning out of his Pope-mobile to make sure he can shake the hand of one of the inmates here. Yeah, but no, I was saying the fact that the Pope is really insisting so much on doing this international travel, it shows how important it is for him to go and meet people and to encounter new cultures. He's the Pope of encounter in a sense. He talks a lot about the importance of the culture of encounter, which is a really rich term that means a lot for him personally. And one of those implications is that it inspires him to do events like the one today. And he's coming here now to encounter these prisoners, not just to arrive and to read a speech and then leave, but he's been travelling around for 5 or 10 minutes now, just shaking hands, waving, speaking, exchanging some words with some of the prisoners here, and that's really very typical of Pope Francis. It's something that's very important to him. So there are 526 prisoners in this prison. That's according to the website. And now the Pope is being greeted. So, and the police officer there has asked the prisoners to give a strong applause and to all clap together for the Pope. Let us welcome the Pope.
Che è stata il retro di nostro 45 giri, una canzone
and
ci ha portato tanta fortuna, una canzone.
So they're now going to sing a song. That's what's being said. A song which appeals to people of all ages, apparently.
Rivisitata dal nostro gruppo, con una parte scritta in italiano per il Santo Padre. Grazie.
So now a song is going to be sung to welcome the Pope. Let's listen to that song.
Un incoraggiamento del pubblico qui, se no. applauso ancora.
So that was I Am Sailing by Rod Stewart, with in the beginning sung in English, and then there were some verses out in Italian saying, "Welcome, Pope Francis, welcome." So that was the way that the inmates here wanted to greet the Pope when he arrived. And now we're back to the English part that we all know so well. The Pope now shaking the hand of the members of the choir that were singing that for him, or maybe just one of them, maybe the band leader, oh no. And he's been presented with a flower. Lots of the inmates were also waving flowers before. Yeah.
Buongiorno Santità. Buongiorno a lei. Buenos días. E a todo el mundo.
Good morning, Pope Francis. Good morning, said both in both Italian and Spanish. What can you say with an event like this? It's difficult. We all walk together in this adventure, this unforeseeable adventure. We're all
Noi tutti vi ringraziamo.
We're a community. We're all here. We're all watching you, and thank you. Welcome. I will pass the. I will let the director of the prison now speak. Good morning, everyone. I prepared a speech and I've written it because I wrote it because otherwise I would have struggled to know what to say. But she says, we'll see. We'll see. It is with great joy, Your Holiness, that I extend our warmest welcome to you. There are no words adequate or sufficient to thank you for the precious time that you are dedicating to us on this long and intense day in Verona. So thank you in the name of everyone. This is the director of the prison speaking. I hope and I think we managed it that when you arrived you were really embraced by this community, and also in the rest of the time that we'll spend together, to spend with you, so to spend a moment of joy with you, and to share the joy of witnessing to the life that flows within these walls. This is our mission, to intercept and accompany life paths, striving every day and with every effort not to be a prison inhabited by jailers and inmates, but a place where, while respecting those rules that allow the coexistence of such a large and multi-ethnic community, because there are 40 countries from the world represented here, and we do this so that everyone can find a space for listening, an outstretched hand, a glance that says, I see you and I will not turn away. I know you are here and I will try to find answers for you together with you. It's true, Your Holiness, when we talk about prison, when we're asked about prison and our work here, we really struggle to make our commitment and capabilities credible. Just yesterday, someone asked me the question that I've been hearing for 26 years. Why did you choose to do this job? Even just yesterday they asked me that. In all these years, and 26 is a lot of years, I've tried to give increasingly articulated and convincing answers to this question, but the result has always been the same. They do not understand, or perhaps they do not want to understand. But suddenly, this morning, I realized that the only answer that I could give, and I will give from now on, and it came to me suddenly, spontaneously, I don't even have to think how to reply to it. I reply with a different question. Why not? Why shouldn't I have chosen it? Why do you always ask me this question? Why shouldn't I have chosen it? People reply to me saying, oh, but it's dangerous, it's not a job for a woman, it's difficult. These are many convoluted ways to avoid saying what they really think, which is that, and here's what they think, why have we chosen to take care of those who only deserve to be punished? That's what they think. And that gets an applause not only from the inmates but also from the Pope. At the end of all the discussions, the world must be divided for public opinion between good and bad, judges and judged. And what happens? That we who are in the middle ground don't deserve consideration. We don't judge anybody here. It's not our place to judge people, and even if we did, we would not be able to work and live so many of our days here, side by side. There are large numbers of inmates, there are different ethnicities and languages, but we base every single action and decision on respect for the dignity. We base every single action and decision on respect for the dignity of each inmate entrusted to us. It's a job that we choose every day, or that chooses us every day, and that chooses us every time we receive in return a thank you or a smile. This happens much more than people imagine. With the strength of your presence here, Holiness, you will help us to bring out from these walls a message that is both strong and simple. The other exists. The other is a part of us as a community, a city, or a nation. The other maybe speaks a different language, addresses God in another way, and has showed fragility in human limits by violating criminal law. But we cannot deny them humanity and dignity for this reason. We, in here, meet eyes, gazes, and suffering, and also many smiles. We listen to life stories where family ties are often lacking, and loneliness has been a constant. But one thing is sure, we never turn away, never. And the Pope is again joining in the applause from the inmates here. These very powerful words from the prison director. And to conclude, so one thing is sure, that the past of all these people, all these women and men, the past has happened, but the future needs to be built. But it takes courage to do this job. And so, even last autumn we were thinking about to try, all of us together, to think how to finish off a sentence that starts like this: I believe in. And so everybody said, everyone filled this sentence in, and all these words were put on a huge wall, which hopefully we'll be able to show you. It was done actually really well, I have to say, and it really forces you to reflect, and that all the words which, and the words that talk about the things that are important for every human being, they're really universal. That's the other thing. And so, in the name of everybody, on behalf of everyone, women and men of the penitentiary police, administrative staff, volunteers, teachers, doctors, nurses, volunteers, thank you. The teachers who help with the formation here. And there are many people working here, but we want more, we need more. To do this job, you need courage, it's true. But to paraphrase the words of one of my colleagues, what you really need is a lot of heart. It's really difficult to keep courage to do this. And only with your prayers will we be able to continue this job. So thank you. Thank you. The Pope now rising to his feet to shake hands and thank the prison director, exchanging a few words, smiling.
Adesso diamo il benvenuto al nostro utente Duarte.
And now they're introducing one of the inmates. His name is Eduardo. And he's also going to read a speech. He says, good morning everyone. Good morning guys. Not good morning, good. Hello, it's not the morning anymore. Pope Francis, I'm a bit emotional. And I'm speaking on behalf of all the inmates. And welcome here among us. Today, there are 592 inmates here from all corners of the world. From Italy to Morocco, from Albania to Nigeria, from India to Pakistan, and to Romania, and from Tunisia to Poland, from the Ivory Coast to Guatemala, from Moldova to Sri Lanka. Basically, Your Holiness, we're a cross-section of the entire world. We're only missing the Far East. I am one of the youngest detainees, and I believe I can speak on behalf of everyone by saying that none of us will ever forget this day with you for the rest of our lives. We've seen that you are dedicating the longest time to us among the various engagements of your visit here in Verona. And this fills us with joy and emotion, because in this way you are telling us that our life is precious in your eyes. Today we often feel judged and excluded by civil society. We hope so much that your presence, Your Holiness, will open the hearts and minds of the outside world to welcome us as free citizens after we have made amends for the mistakes that we committed.
Santo Padre,
Holy Father, in the coming days, and perhaps for the rest of our lives, we will tell our families about the emotions of this day with you. Family, for us, is an element of hope, and it helps us to stay connected to the outside world. Some of us, unfortunately, do not have the fortune of having a family as a reference point, or close affections which can support them. For this reason, Your Holiness, I dare to express a dream to you. It would be wonderful if, among us detainees and all the prison staff, both those who are responsible for security and those who accompany us on our human journey, and also with all the volunteers, we could build relationships that smack of family, friendship and brotherhood. I believe that these images of your presence among us, that these poor words of ours, will be seen by many people all over the world. We hope that this will help many to see us as people and not just as perpetrators of crimes. We also hope that these images can reach many other detainees in all countries. Who have not had the grace of having you among them, so that they can rejoice and celebrate with us. Your Holiness, you're a piece of our heart. And he goes forward and shakes hands with the Pope, smiling. And he ends by kissing the Pope's ring there. Very, very moving, very touching scenes. And now the Pope will speak.
Guarda, sei emozionato? Dobbiamo sdrammatizzare qua, Come disse il califfo, non esclude il ritorno.
The policeman here is saying that the Pope was affected by that speech and is taking a moment to prepare. Dear sisters and brothers, good morning.
Ringrazio la signora direttrice per la
I thank the director for her welcome and for her sense of humour, and her smile, which does a lot of good, and also all of you for the warmth, joy and affection that you have shown me. A greeting also goes to all those who work in this institution, the custodial officers, educators, healthcare workers, administrative staff and volunteers. And I also want to greet all of those who are watching from the windows. And that gets a big applause. I was really keen to meet you all together. For me, entering a prison is always an important moment, because prison is a place of great humanity. It's a place of great humanity, a humanity that is tested, sometimes burdened by difficulties, guilt, judgments, misunderstandings and suffering, but at the same time full of strength, of a desire for forgiveness and the will to redeem oneself, like Eduardo said in his speech. And in this humanity here, in all of you, in all of us, the face of Christ is present today, the face of the God of mercy and forgiveness. Let us not forget this. God forgives everything, and He always forgives. And in this humanity here in all of you, I have this sensation of seeing the God of mercy. We know the situation of the prisons, which are often overcrowded, with consequent tensions and hardships. For this reason, I want to tell you that I am close to you, and I renew my appeal, especially to those who can act in this area, that they continue working for the improvement of life in prison. One time, a lady who worked in prisons, she had a good relationship with the inmates in this woman's prison. A great woman. She told me that she was devoted to a saint. But which saint? It's a female saint. Santa Porta. So Porta means gate in Italian, and she is the gate of hope. So I invite all of you to look at this gate of hope. There is no human life without losing. There is no human life without horizons. Please don't lose those horizons. Always look towards the gate of hope. We know the situation of prisons, often overcrowded with consequent tensions, and for this reason, I want to tell you that I'm close to you. And I learned recently that some people, in an extreme gesture, some of the inmates here ended their lives. This is a terrible act, one that only unsustainable despair and pain can lead to. Therefore, while I join in prayer with the families and all of you, I want to invite you not to give in to discouragement, but always look towards the door as the door of hope. Life is always worth living, and there is always hope for the future, even when everything seems to be draining away. Our existence, the existence of each one of us, is important. It is important. We're not material to be thrown. We're not material that's been thrown away. Each one of us is important, and our life is a unique gift for us and for others, for everyone, and especially for God, who never abandons us, and who indeed knows how to listen, rejoice, and weep with us. With Him by our side, we can overcome despair and live each moment. And as the director said, she said, God is one. Our cultures told us to call Him with one name or another, call him in different names, but He's one God. He's the Father of all. And all religions, all cultures look towards one God who never abandons us. And with Him by our side, we can overcome despair and live each moment as the right time to start again. Start again.
C'è una bella canzone piemontese.
There is a nice song, a nice Piemontese song, which I will try to translate into Italian, which says this. The Alpini, the Alpine, the people who go into the Alps sing it. When you go down the mountain, the important thing is not to fall, but it's not to stay down, not to stay fallen. And to all of us who work in this prison, even as volunteers, to all of you, I say one thing: it's only acceptable to look down on someone, only in one circumstance, when you're helping them to get up. Therefore, in the worst moments, let's not close in on ourselves. Let's talk to God about our pain and help each other to bear it. We're among companions on the journey and with the good people we find by our side. It is not weakness to ask for help. Let's do it with humility and trust. It's humanity. We all need each other, and we all have the right to hope beyond any history or any mistake or failure. It's a right. Hope is a right, and it never lets you down. In a few months, the Holy Year will begin, a year of conversion, renewal, and liberation for the whole Church. A year of mercy, in which to lay down the burden of the past and renew momentum toward the future, in which to celebrate the possibility of change, to be, and where necessary, to return to being truly ourselves, giving our very best. Let this also be a sign that helps us to rise again and take back, with confidence, our lives every Dear Dear friends, thank you for this meeting. Let me be honest. It's good for me. You're really helping me.
Continuiamo.
Let us continue to walk together, because love unites us beyond any kind of distance. I remember you in my prayers, and I ask you, please, to pray for me. Pray for me, not against me. And don't forget, when you're going down, the important thing is not to fall, but not to stay down. Thank you.
Grazie davvero, bellissimo.
Thank you very much. And this won't be forgotten. This won't be forgotten. So now we have 2 presents on behalf of everyone. The first one is very simple. It's a box of thoughts. There are letters and things like that. And Federica is going to bring it. So Federica, who is here in the prison with us, but she has some children at home, and she manages to go and see them on Sundays. I said, by the way, at the beginning of the broadcast that this is a men's-only prison, but that was a mistake. There are women here too. So now Federica is bringing this box of thoughts to the Pope. She presents it to the Pope, and it's taken by one of his helpers, and Federica exchanges a few words with the Pope. And the second gift, she said, I always forget this guy's name. But this is the I was saying before, the I believe in. And so these are murals where everyone is filled in what they believe in. So they're being taken out of this paper that they're wrapped in and about to be presented to the Pope.
Spiegate come si legge, perché io ogni volta ci metto un sacco di tempo. Questo lavoro l'hanno fatto con il professor Saggioro, che ringraziamo.
And she's telling the inmates to explain to the Pope how to read the mural, because she said it's a bit confusing. So that's now being presented to the Pope. He's looking at it, and they're explaining it. The Pope hands out a rosary to the inmate that was presenting with the thing, and he's now speaking to a second inmate who's brought him what looks like another one of... No, this is a letter. So that inmate presenting with a letter, and these are the gifts that we wanted to give to you, says the prison director. Now I will give. Now I will give a gift to the prison and to the director. And this gift is a virtue that God has that we forget about, because God has 3 main virtues: closeness, compassion, and tenderness. God is close. He's close to all of us. He's compassionate, and God is tender. I thought about tenderness, which people don't talk about a lot, but when I was making this present, I thought about tenderness. And this is Mary with Jesus as a child, and it's now being shown to the inmates. Another round of applause. The idea is that this icon of Mary with the child Jesus shows tenderness. And I was thinking, the Pope says, that Mary is a common figure. It's common in Christianity and in Islam.
una figura comune.
She's a common figure,
Tutti che ci unisce.
and hopefully can bring us all together.
Adesso
And now,
un attimino
a moment,
vorrei darvi la benedizione,
I would like to give you a blessing,
ma la darò in silenzio.
but I'll give it in
Così
silence,
ognuno riceve di Dio nella modalità che crede.
and everyone
silenzio
can
della
receive the blessing from God
benedizione a tutti voi.
in the way that they believe it. And
Che il Signore vi benedica.
may the Lord bless
Andare
you.
avanti sempre.
May He help you always to go forward. May He console you in sadness, and may He be your companion in joy. Amen. So that wasn't the normal blessing, which would be the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The Pope, aware that some of the inmates here are Muslims. Have a good lunch and goodbye, the Pope says.
Dal palco le dedicano un'altra canzone e poi glieli facciamo salutare tutti i nostri
And the prison director is saying that as the Pope leaves the stage, they will sing another song. This is Alleluia. And some of the inmates now shout, shout, Grazie, thank you. This is a version of Leonard Cohen's Alleluia.
Dal cielo Dio ci aiuterà con il suo amore, la sua bontà. Presto un grande uomo manderà. Quest'uomo sei tu, santità, la tua parola risuonerà in queste mura dove c'è silenzio. Alleluia, alleluia. Tutti insieme dai. Alleluia, alleluia. Averti qui è una gioia che spiegartela è difficile, ma so che dentro di te tu la sentirai. Forse queste anime che sono qui di fronte a te, un tuo segnale aspettano, perché fiducia, Padre, abbiamo in te, le mani alzate, guardando il cielo, cantiamo tutti insieme, alleluia, 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 averti qui è una gioia che spiegartela è difficile, ma di sicuro tu la sentirai. E tutte queste anime che sono qui di fronte a te, un tuo segnale aspettano, perché fiducia, Padre, abbiamo in te, le mani alzate, guardando il cielo, cantiamo tutti insieme, alleluia, 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 alleluia.
And the Pope just taking a moment now to greet some of the singers and some of the other people that have helped this event to run smoothly. I think he was supposed to go off the stage while the song was playing, but he wanted to stay and listen to the song and also thank the singers and the musicians. So that's what he's doing now. He's taking a moment to shake all their hands, say hello. A few people are shouting "Viva el Papa," which means "Long live the Pope." Those shouts are coming from down in the sports field where the inmates are. And the Pope's still exchanging some words with some of the staff and some of the singers here. And then he'll get into that wheelchair and be taken off to lunch. He's going to be eating lunch in the prison. I don't know with whom. I don't know if some of the inmates are going to be there or if it'll just be the staff. So as the Pope prepares to get into that wheelchair and go, that brings to an end this live broadcast of Pope Francis meeting with correctional officers, detainees and volunteers here at Verona's Montorio Prison. The Pope is now leaving the stage. We had lots of really powerful and moving moments here. The Pope gave a really inspiring speech, but we also heard from the director of the prison and from Eduardo, who's a young inmate here. And they spoke about many different things, but maybe a connecting theme was hope, and this idea that prisons can be dark places, but you should hold on to hope and keep striving for a better future. If you want to listen back to this event at any time, you can find it on our Vatican News YouTube channel. It will be up there shortly. And on our Vatican News website, where you can also find summaries of everything that the Pope has been doing recently. There's lots at the moment about this trip to Venice, which is still going on. You can find us at www.vaticannews.va, and you can also find us on Facebook, X and Instagram. Just search Vatican News. I'm Joseph Tulloch. Thank you very much for tuning in. You can tune in again at about 3 p.m. Rome time. So after the Pope has had lunch, we'll be celebrating Mass here in Verona in a big stadium. If you want to follow that, our broadcast will be starting at about 3 p.m. Rome time. You can find it on the channels I mentioned before. For now, that's all. Thank you very much. Laudate Jesus Christus. Praised be Jesus Christ.
Vedi che è arrivato il paese,